the start of the stream. This is the very beginning of the stream. The flippin' gambler says lurkin' already. You were lurking 10 minutes ago? That's pretty crazy. Former2 says, so that was a fucking lie. I apologize for being late. Zara says patience is a virtue. Yeah. Also, though, I think being prompt is a virtue, which I failed at. I was late. JK says bro has to prepare. Yeah, I was doing that. Zara says hi. Hello, Zara. Talia says, no, Don, I can't see this live. I have to play my touch game. Well, that's unfortunate. MFT says hey. Hello, MFT. Qatar says hi. Hello, Qatar. Gon says he told me he's drinking some coke before stream. I did do that. Dexo says crazy. Okay. TT says hello, Don. Hello, TT. I don't know says hi, Don. It's 1:34 in the morning for me, but I don't care because I want to watch. You should go to bed. Yeah. If you should go to bed, you should go to bed. Yazdan says, bro, do you even find these streams fun anymore? I do. Annie says, hello, Donnie. How was your day? Good. I wished I had started the stream 2 hours ago, but something got in the way. Elle says, I ate a burger today, Don. Cool. Rebecca says, welcome to the stream, Don. Thank you, Rebecca. I don't know says, Don, I don't have a sleep schedule. I always sleep later. You don't have a schedule. Okay. Forma2 says, Don says he doesn't like playing games, yet he still plays with my emotions. Because I showed up late on stream, I apologize again. TT says, last stream I donoed for mod and I never got it, Donito. Is that true? I mean, why didn't you tell me? I mean, didn't you also, like, give someone your mod? It's a bit blurry. Sorry if that's true. And he says, did you fix OBS? I did fix the timer. Faces says, hey Don, I hope you have a great stream. It can be fun when things get in the way of original plans. Yeah, it was interesting with the technical issues yesterday. Dexo says, if your role could speak, what would it say? It would, be annoyed with me because I spend too much time with it. Juju says you're live. Hi. Hello, Juju. Forma2 says, I donated 300 last stream, but you didn't see it. Very funny. Ali says, Don, hope you had a great day. Thank you, Ali. Tish says, I did things I don't want to speak about here for my mod. Okay. Juju says, I've been looking forward to your stream all day. That's nice to hear. JK says, what up, bro? Hello, JK. What's up? JK says, brushing my teeth to get ready for bed and watch, bro. You sent that like 15 minutes ago. Thank you. Brian says, I heard this is AI. Thoughts? I'm not AI. Elle says, day one of commenting Don is tough until Don says I'm tough. I'm not saying that. The Potter says, I am here. Hello, the Potter. Lost in a Room says, what's up, G? What's up, Lost? Alexa says hi. Hello, Alexa. Kate says hi. Hello, Kate. Luke says, hey, Don, how's life been for you? Pretty good. Yeah, definitely good. JK says, this is the first time I got a notification that you were live. Huh. Interesting. Marty says, hey, parasocial, I have a socio-economic question. Tell me. Notification says, sup, Don. Hello, notifications. Jobber says, guten tag. Good day to you too. Lost says, good news after 3 months of unemployment. Verizon just sent me that job offer. Cool. So, that's nice. Do you have to do an interview or did you already do that? Wooba says, hello, love your vids. Hello, Wooba. The Potter says, at Lost in the Room, congratulations. Yeah, I guess that guarantees that he's getting the job because it's a job offer. JK says, have you ever heard a Moscow Mule? I have not. Luke says, Lexus Johnston, you're named after that car brand. There's someone in the chat named that. Lexus Johnston says, pigs and lions, I like Australia. Okay. A Strawberry says, how long have you been streaming? Well, I started 5 minutes ago. Nevea says, hi bro, remember me? I don't. Jobbers says, what is a question you would ask me? Where is this woman from? Notification says, what type of meats have you tried? Pastrami, beef, brisket. Aiden says, at. Okay. Andrew says, ever stop to smell the roses? Yeah, but not enough. MFT says, what sports or exercises do you do? Just walking. MF, already read that. The Potter says, I'll be back after studying. That's responsible. I don't know says, what drink you got today? I have Coca-Cola. Caro says, what country you live in? I live in the USA. Nevea says, I was here yesterday. I said your hair and outfit looks nice. Well, that's not too memorable, sorry. Jobbers says, Cindy Stone from Ace Attorney. My favorite small role character in media. Cindy Stone from Ace Attorney? I've not heard of that. I'll make a note of that because I am interested. Lost says, I had the interview on Thursday and the manager just called me saying that they want to move forward with me. I start in 3 weeks. Okay, so that's basically guaranteed. Congrats, that must feel really good. Dora says, you look so sleep deprived. I feel fine. And he says, what's something you'd test if you had zero fear? Maybe this isn't really testing, but I'd be up for skydiving if that were the case. Luke says, Aiden O'Brien, I would say Dawn was born in either 2003 or 04. I'm just guessing. Okay. The Marum says, hi, I subscribe on U-Turn on Cat's Eye. I'm not doing that. Porma2 says, war. Emoji. Okay. Kevin says, you like jazz? A little bit. Michelle says, how is your first donator in the stream right now? I don't know what you're saying. Union says, read this comment out loud if you dare. I did it. Juju says, I had a bad day, but I'm back at home trying to bounce back. What did you do today? I was on Craigslist looking at certain things to buy. I'm not gonna say what though. Kylan says, please, what? Francis says, have you ever sleep yet? I'm running on a good amount of sleep. Notification says, what was the biggest donation you got in the past 86 live streams? Easy. The last stream, I got a $300 donation. L says, I don't like when people put inappropriate comments. I don't mind it. JK says, Craigslist is still around. Yes, and it's a great website. Shagod says, good afternoon / night Paradon. Hello, Shagods. Horn says, say shout out to Muhammad. No. Samantha says, good evening. Hello, Samantha. Spuddy says, are you Ann Diddy Blood? I don't know. Is that like a Diddy follower? I'm not a follower of him. Sour says, I love Facebook Marketplace. Yeah, that place is cool too. Iwan says, what is the most interesting thing that's happened to you so far this year? Nothing that I can really say. It's been pretty boring. Porma2 says, I think a Diddy Blood is a follower of Bloodspeth. I don't know what that is. Porn, I already read that. Planet says, what's your favorite subject? History, like most people. Kevin says, I'm genuinely lacking behind streams. That's totally okay. Francis says, I'm a Cat's Eye fan. Okay. Ability says, energetic voiced on. I probably will get more energetic as the stream goes on. I don't know says, well, you got your highest single donation this year. That's interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. Brody says Daryl or Carol. Well, when Carol was evil and threatened to kill that kid in Alexandria, I liked her more in that specific time. Former 2 says, I watched the VODs to catch up on the lore. That's pretty cool. Bart says, have you ever played Poppy Playtime? I have not played that. Skate says, hi, where I live, it's 1 in the morning. Well, technically 2. Okay. Martian says, why does everything exist at all instead of absolute nothingness? That's impossible to answer. Jobbers says, does alternative history interest you? I have read a little bit about that, but yeah, but I don't believe in any of it. Boom says, how long do you plan to stream long term? At least 8 more months. Puma 2 says, I am physically able. Okay. Storm says, meow for good luck. No, that's degrading. I don't know says, Dawn, what is a VOD? It's a past live stream, you know. Horn says, I have a disability. I'm sorry. Bart says, what's your favorite game ever? Red Dead 1 because of the great map. That Artsy says, now that you know the difference between frogs and toads, which one do you like more? I already forgot. I remember though that I think toads are brown. Elf says, I wonder where Spunky is. I wonder where too, because he told me that he plans to give me $10 every live stream, so. Hype says, long time no see. Hello, Hyped. Black says, when will you turn into a squid? I have been waiting for 3 days. That's not happening. Shagod super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Shagods. Shagod says, who built the pyramids? Aliens or ancient Egyptians? I think ancient Egyptians. I don't think we've ever made contact with aliens. I don't believe in ghosts or aliens. I'm a pretty boring dude. Thank you, Shagods. Let me extend the time. Time extended. Thank you. Football says, do you watch football? No, I don't. Innie says, when do you test people on purpose? Test people? I don't consciously test people. Ethan says, have you read the Odyssey or a bit of it? I have not, but I definitely want to eventually. Jobbers says, are you the Geezer Bandit? You both like money. That's an interesting theory, but a bad one. Zeus says, hey Don, top 3 favorite cheeseburger places. Well, In-N-Out is number 1. Juju says, yeah, we need Spunky. We need the whole gang here. He's pretty essential to the stream, yeah. Dexter says, do you like cheese pizza? Do I like the slang of cheese pizza, like the meaning? No, I don't. I think that's evil. McLovin says, if it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd been married a long time ago. Okay. Lexus says spy. Okay. Elle says, what toppings do you like on burgers? Well, definitely cheese. And then, I mean, cheese is like the only thing that's essential to me. I don't know says, Don, do you know the Tonka J meme? No, I don't. Tolosi says, where did you come from? Where did you go? Okay. Homer 2 says, the Geezer Bandit is way too tall to be Don. 5'10". Yeah, that's taller than me. Only 3 inches though. I could wear lifts. You say way too tall, that's incorrect. You didn't need to put way there. Sin says, do you collect Pokemon cards? No, I don't. JK says, what does cheese pizza in slang mean? Something very evil. I'm not gonna say. Boom says, do you ever partake in activities like Benjamin or drink? No. By the way, I think I apologize for smiling about the evil thing. It's just I've seen a lot of memes about it. I probably shouldn't be, laughing about it. Kason says, I'm from Cuba. Do you like Cuba? No, I don't. MFT says, what things anger you? Common questions. EJ says, the most important aspect of this project was to create. Whatever that means. Drawn says, Jesus loves you. Thank you, Drawn. Synth says, I'm 6'2". Okay, you're flexing. I don't know says, what is something that disgusts you most? Passing gas. I really don't like that. Very dislike it. Matthew says, am. Okay, NPC comment. Need says, Don, happy anniversary, buddy. Okay. Jobber says, are there commenters you enjoy seeing on these streams? Yeah, I mean, I pretty much enjoy any frequent commenter. I like seeing people again. It's cool. Kevin says, I haven't seen the Potter in a while. He was here. EJ says, can you play GTA 5? No. Ben says, hello again, Don. Who do you think would win? Cheeseburger or Nacho Bowl? Cheeseburger, because the burger is much more thick. Nachos are thin and weak. Porma2 says, at Toastin, do you qualify for disability? No comment. TB says, give me one piece of advice that can change my life. Listen to albums as opposed to songs. Trime says, remember me. No, I don't. Theo says, I had to go A&E for a emergency surgery. Okay, I don't know what that means, but sorry. BK says, what do you think of Australia? Would you visit? It might be interesting to see the coral reef, yeah. Rev says, you look like the kind of person who would know the 5 great Roman emperors. I wish. TB says, Neil Armstrong's hair was sold in 2004 for $3,000. Wow. I guess that hair went to space, so. Jem says, to you like Jesus? No, I don't. Well, I don't believe in him. That's what I mean. Kassan says, why do you not like Cuba? I heard that they are very, it's like the 1950s there. The technology. And Local says, you okay? You look like you've been crying. That's basically how I just always am. Ability says, skydiving or Dubai? Dubai. MFT says, why is music beautiful? People can't answer that question. It just is. Black says, can you turn into an octopus? No, that's impossible. I don't know says, Don, aren't you really tall? I saw you IRL. You were 6'3". That's the wrong person. Matthew says, you're a weirdo. Okay. Artful says, don't lie, do you remember me? I don't. Jobbers says, do you collect records and record players? No, that seems like too much, but I do have some DVD CDs. James says, femboys are furries. I don't know, dude. I'm not interested in either. Tolosi says, what is the question you get asked the most? Do you remember me? SG says, what's your favorite album? Well, Disintegration is one. Friend says, yesterday I met a girl named Emily Hansen at a Cane's location. Okay. Heather says, Shakespeare was my friend back in 1609. You weren't alive then. ABD says, why are your eyes like that? I'm not too sure. Ben says, if you could pick any time in history to travel to for a day, where would you go and why? I don't know. I mean, ancient Roman times, because it'd be interesting to see how different things are back 2,000 years ago. Delusional says, time for an upgrade, don't you think? An upgrade in what? Artful says, okay. Hogrider says, I'm gay, don't show this on screen. It's too late. TB says, Queen lead singer Freddie Mercury was born with 4 extra teeth in his upper jaw, giving him his distinct smile. Wow, I did not know that. Kassan says, Cuba is the best. Okay. Sour says, CEO of Pap Smear Mark Horowitz was found in the files. I don't know that guy. Dexo says slavery in Roman Empire was crazy. I forgot about that. Luke says, I just looked up at the cheese pizza slang. It means blah blah blah. Yeah, pretty dark. Heather says, I've been alive since 1583. Here's my ID for proof. Born in 1583. That's not legit. Lost says, what do you think of 8-string guitars? I don't even know what that is. Opinion about Mr. Donald Trump. I keep my politics private. Thrift says, would you like to go on a long walk, Don? No, I'm good, thank you. Sin says, Heather is a vampire. Okay. Jobber says, who do you think the worst dictator is in history is? I mean, I don't know too much about history, but it's pretty obvious from like media that, you know, maybe Hitler. Jay says, hi. Hello, Jay. Kassan says, can you pull your hair? No. Juju says, I'm so offline, I thought they were talking about pizza. No, they were talking about Epstein's pizza. Gabriel says, I'm back, Donnie Don. Hello, Gabriel. Mark says, do you like Asian countries? If so, which one would you like to visit? Maybe Myanmar. I saw a dude travel there, and I was entertained by that video. Asayake super chatted $10 Thank you, Asayake. Asayake says, music is a higher revelation than all philosophy and wisdom. You said this in a previous stream. I love it. Happy Saturday. Have a great stream. Thank you, Asayake. By the way, Beethoven said that quote. Pretty interesting quote. There's no book that compares to music. Pretty interesting view of things. Thank you. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Bell says, are you gay? I'm not gay. And let me make you a mod, Asayake. Asayake. You are now a mod. Ethan says, what's your top 3 favorite books? I like Wisdom of Life by Schopenhauer. I don't know says, isn't the ice cream guy that streamer you watch who puts a toilet seat on their head? Yeah, but I don't like when he does that. I don't watch that. Maya says Myra died. What? Iron says, any motivation for someone who needs to continue to work out to play football next year? Quit football. Don't work out. Jobber says, thoughts on gambling? Well, it's a net negative in money, usually, so I'm just never gonna do it, I think. 26 says, what do you like to do for fun? I like to edit videos. Collector Nick says, hello, Don. Hello, Collector Nick. Maya says, remember her? What? Zeus says, what's the biggest animal you think you could kill with only your hands? Maybe a bonobo. Definitely a coyote. Jobber says, what type of videos do you edit? I edit together compilations of like movie scenes, and I try to edit it together in an interesting way, among many other things I added. Gabriel says, Dawn, did you know that Diddy was in Epstein's Island? I did not know that. Maya says, remember Myra X M2? No, I don't. Heather says, I'm a vampire. Okay. Jolina says, that was funny. Quit football. I mean, that's what I would do, because I don't like sports. That was just a joke, by the way. Do what you want, obviously. And he says, oh, it's lagging. There we go. Does consciousness create reality or interpret it? Create it. Tolosi says, what do you think about personas like Andrew Tate and the likes? I mean, I'll say that I'm not a fan of Andrew Tate. Jdev says, bro what? Diane says, I know Sanrio. I don't know what that is. Heather says, I ear roll polystyrene. What are you saying? Mint says, I already read that. Penguin says, why is your voice so chill? I don't know. I wish it had more energy though. Less chill. JK says, I killed a raccoon with my bare hands after it attacked my cat. That seems kind of justified. American says, Trump 2028. Okay. Glam says, does Jesus live externally? I don't know what you mean by that, but I'll say that I don't believe in Jesus. Juju says, I'm rarely on my phone during the day. I don't know much about the Epstein thing or the memes. That's pretty cool that you're not chronically online. Good for you. Jobber says, digital media or physical media for reading books? Physical media. Who prefers digital? Porma2 says, my best friend is alive. Okay. Mufsa says, I miss the old Dawn, back before the fame. Okay. Gohan says, here's a question. How did Jesus die? Who is their savior now? He died by crucifixion. Drew says hi. Hello, Drew. Zen says, each live gets better and better. Huh, okay, thank you. Wilo says, I am in PvP jerkmate. You're pretty weird. Porma2 says, Jesus was bread. Okay. Marilyn says, yo, I'm a new YouTuber. Okay. Gohan says, oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Zeus says, do you ever turn the shower on cold to spike your cortisol? I did many years ago, but I gave up. It was too painful. Innie says, is boredom a lack of stimulus or lack of direction? I would say direction. Porma2 says, I love calamari. I don't know what that is. Is that a food? Maya says, that's my best friend. She died. I am sorry. BN says, do you prefer living in USA or China? I like USA. I have my rights. Mint says, Dumbo octopuses are adorable. I don't know what they look like, but I can imagine. Cheese says, praising God is like polishing a turd. Okay. 26 says, calamari is squid. Okay. Tony says, thoughts on Alan Watts on his philosophy? I haven't delved into his philosophy too much. I get recommended videos of him talking, but I get deterred by the thumbnails. It's all AI stuff. Porma2 says, your only right is to be politically correct. Okay. Otter says, what's your favorite color? I like gray. Moonchild says, how are you? I'm good, Moonchild. Big Ball says, who would win in a gunfight, you or 1900 Rugrat? I don't know what a 1900 Rugrat is. Is that a baby? I mean, I guess I would beat the baby, but I don't like saying that. Steel says, you smell like shit. Okay. Helena says, I like purple cheeseburgers. Okay. Moonchild says, I'm a check on you every day. Sounds good. Delusional says, I believe Jesus came back as Asmongold. They do look similar. Verda says, what's your favorite holiday? Thanksgiving. Gohan says, here's a question. Why is it normal to have 2 ice creams in one hand? I don't know what you're saying, dude. JK says, is the opposite of gray also gray? I guess so. Tolosi says, can you explain your music choice for these lives? Well, I wanted something without lyrics, and I wanted something repetitive. AJ says, it's lagging. Stop lagging, please. AJ says, did you know that they finally added the word dictionary into the dictionary? I'm sure it's been there a while. Trinity says, I'm kinda low-key depressed. I'm sorry. Joe Dirt says, blah, blah, blah. That's what I say. That's my voice line. Juju says, I think calamari is squid, but don't quote me on that. I think it is too. Ant-Man says, did you know that polar bear's skin is rainbow? I did not know that. Jobbers says, got to go everyone. Take care everyone. See ya, Jobbers. Maddie says, you should play Yeeps hide and seek. I don't know what that is. Innie says, is self-awareness liberating or paralyzing? Paralyzing. Steel says, I hate you. Okay. Gohan says, here is a question. Are good players in football run a lot? What are you saying? Toyota says, how old are you? Well, I'm an adult. Jim says, what's 9 plus 10? 21. Deadly says, would you ever make your own song? No. Big Mac says, I started a GTA G channel, so can you shout me out? No. Zeus super chatted $2 Canadian. Thank you, Zeus. Zeus says, put this towards a cheeseburger. I mean, I'll have a cheeseburger within a week, so I guess this counts towards it. Thank you, Zeus, I appreciate it. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Dixon super chatted $5 American. Thank you, Dixon. Dixon says, appreciate all that you do. Thank you. I'm looking at your profile picture. It's a grayscale picture. I don't know what it is though. Thank you, Dixon. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Thank you. Maddie says, it is a really good VR game. Okay. AJ says, nah, there was a whole thing about the word dictionary not being in the actual dictionary. Really? That seems fake. Declan says, when was the last time you had a shower? Like 8 hours ago. BN says, if you were an athlete, what sport will you choose? Basketball. Angel says, what is this stream? Just some dude talking to the camera, reading chat messages. Yours says, do you stream every day? For the past week or so, I have been. Thrift says, I love you so much, bro. Thank you. Hawkins says, when was the last time you kissed Huz? No comment. Asayake says, have you used AI much, such as asking it how to do a particular video editing technique that you're just unsure of? No, I think I've done that like maybe once, but I don't really use AI that much when it comes to video editing. Alex says, grown man, by the way. That's true. 26 says, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I don't know, dude. Zen says, best free entertainment out here. It's kind of free, kind of. Stargazer super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Stargazer. Stargazer says, the return of ... Don Benitez. Yes, I have returned. Thank you, Stargazer, for your super chat. Let me extend the timer on your behalf. Time extended. Otter says, where are you from? America. B-Ball says 67. Okay. Gohan says, here's a question. Why does the word 2026 but the number 2026? I don't know what you're saying. AJ says, search up the dictionary thing. Trust me. Maybe I'll do that. Marty says, I'm bored. This is boring. Got it. Allison says, what FT? I don't know what that means. Dexo says, what is Charles' name? Charles? Which Charles? Mad says, selling those Ask Don shirts. I'm not selling any shirts. I think shirts would be lame. Just a cash grab. Jeremy says, Don is the only Gen Z with a boomer first name. Yeah. Bobby says, did you know Ohio was the 17th US state? I did not. Asayake says, should I get a cat? I mean, yeah. I think you would take good care of it, even though I don't know you. I get a maternal vibe from you. Myra says, Maya, what the fuck are you talking about? What? Dexo says, the turtle Jonathan is over 190 years old. Okay, cool. The Cube says, do you like cubes? Yeah, I do. Mint says, Dumbo octopuses are yellow little octopuses with small ears, by the way. Small ears, I would imagine big ears. Big Balls says, Asayake, gonna eat that cat with a name like that. No comment. BN says, Don, what are you studying? I keep that private. Gohan says, should I spend my $5 bill? No, save it. Stargazer super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Stargazer. Stargazer says, make your own AI theme music. No, AI music is pretty lame. No, I've never heard an AI song and have been impressed. But I guess that would be pretty funny, but I don't really care to do that still. Thank you, though, for your idea and your super chat. I appreciate it. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Asayake says, thank you, Don. That's kind of you to say. Okay. Mervan says, what should I name my chameleon? Asayake? Juju says, AI music sounds uncomfortable. Yeah, it's kind of uncanny. JK says, everyone should get a cat. Okay. I'm looking at your profile picture right now. Mint says, everyone in the world should eat snow, but not yay. Okay. Nobody says, it's hard having no emotions. Okay. Gloria says, AI is so bad. Yeah, music is bad. Asayake says, Big Balls, it's just a song title. It means morning glow in Japanese. That's what it means? Okay, I never knew. Merv says, if you scream Merv, I'll super chat 150. I'm good. Heather says, I eat cats. Okay. Clip says, very AI music is what? You seem AI. Big Balls says emoji. Okay. Lexus says AI, no good. It has its uses. Chill says, Don, I got a question. How long you been streaming for today? 38 minutes. BN says, I swear, my neighbor has a shark pet in his house. I don't believe that. Dexo says, Jonathan was already alive when the first photographs of people were taken. Wow, that's very, very crazy, yeah. 1800s. Colt says, I dare you to play Blox Fruit on Roblox. No. JS says, Big Balls and Asayake need to link up. Okay. Any says, what skill would make you untouchable? Well, right now I'm thinking of martial arts. I want to do martial arts. Need says, Don, you say you're not gay, but you won't tell us how many boyfriends you have. Obviously, because I don't have any boyfriends. Jesse Smith super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Jesse. Jesse says, please be kind and rewind. Please be kind and rewind. What does that mean exactly? Does that mean like be kind and chill? Enjoy the stream? I don't know what you mean exactly, but it seems like you're spreading positivity and I appreciate that. Thank you, Jesse. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Thank you a lot, Jesse, for your super chat. Brandon says, I know your location. Don't swap me. TT says, good job, Potter. Okay. Summer says, did you know Superman is Superman? I did. JK says, my cat thinks he's a rabbit. Okay. He's energetic. Juju says, isn't owning a shark illegal? I think it is. AJ says, think about this. If you have a friend that never has any money to spend, dude, can you get to the point? Not Quite says, I petted an iguana to feel alive. Okay. Brian says, horchata or the classic glass Coke bottle. I don't know what horchata is, but classic Mexican glass bottles are cool. The Potter says, back I completed the last part of the history chapter. You're done studying? That's cool. Annie says, you should definitely do it. Thank you for the encouragement to get into martial arts. Bear says, I'm Jock. V, remember me? I think I do. Were you talking about Jock spelled differently with a Q? Homer2 says, the bottles have flared bases. Is that are buzz balls horchatas? BN says, Don, if you were a superhero, what will your superpowers? I don't know. It would be cool to read minds. Real Devious says, hey Don. Hello, Real Devious. AJ says, the point is, do not turn vegan, eat yo meat. I don't plan to go vegan. L says, sorry, I took a shower. Did Spunky ever show up? No. He and his $10 have not shown up. Joe says, I just ate a huge tamales. You just ate Mexican food? Cool. Barman says, if you understand meme about rewind, you are old. I don't get it. Like YouTube rewind? JK says, my new profile picture is my other cat watching the Olympics. Okay, I can see the cat. That's cool. Cute. Skiz says, my sister just pooped on the ground. I'm sorry. Stranger says hi. Hello, stranger. Pal says, search up Princess Albertina piercing. No thank you. Project says, what fighting techniques is in mixed martial arts? I don't know. Shark says, at BNK, is it me? You're talking to someone? Okay. Someone says, would you shoot a 22 short rifle? It has a small kickback. Sure, I guess. R says, scrolling by, sending positive vibes. You are awesome. Thank you, R Bart. No Caller says, I don't know what to say, but one time I ate a banana in the shower. That's cool. Oregon says, Coke or Pepsi? I like Coke. Desert says, hi. Hello, Desert. BNK says, Don, Eminem is the best rapper in this world. I gotta get into his music one day. Y says, what's up with the wig? It's not a wig. JB says, do you like old movies? Yeah, I do. I like Children of Paradise. Cheesy says, supercalifragilisticexplodocious. Okay. The Cube says, do you like laughing emojis? Not too much. O says, yo, what's up? Can I have some money? No. Mason says, still remember me? No, I don't. Barb says, what's your favorite candy? Well, a candy I used to like that I don't like anymore are those orange circus peanuts. Palliative says, you own a vintage TV? I don't. Lovely says, hi. Hello, Lovely. Esther says, what's your favorite scary movie? The Ring. Lovely says, hi. Hi. Cody says, have you ever committed a crime? Well, I go above speed limits. Juju says, horchata is a Mexican drink. It's made with rice and cinnamon. Okay, okay. I can't picture it. I don't. This says, what's your favorite character from Hazbin Hotel? That show looks stupid. I haven't watched it. Ministry says, do you ever get sick of the questions? No, I don't. BN says, Don, what do you think about GTA 6? I think it'll be exciting to see. It's like a leap in technology when it comes to video games. It's gonna be like a fake real world. I'm interested. It costs like $2 billion to make, right? And he says, what are you avoiding that would change everything? I don't know. Dexo says Greenland sharks usually get 300 to 400 years old. Crazy. You're My Best Friend says what song is. The song is by Marcus Persson. I don't know the title. Dax says, I'm chugging water right now. Okay. Nobody says, I think nothing give you that dopamine rush like blood emoji. What is that supposed to mean? Juju says, Innie's questions are interesting. That's correct. Notification says, I had a hamster, but I left it with my friends since my parents didn't allow me. Okay. Raja says, I ate some Greek food right now. It was great. That's nice to hear. Otter says, when you start streaming? I don't have a schedule. Joe Dirt super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt says, going above speed limits is not a crime. Happy emoji. I thought it was a crime. It's not a crime? I think it's a crime. Thank you for your super chat, Joe Dirt. I appreciate it. Let me extend the timer on your behalf. Time extended. Thank you again. Pormatu says, open your ears to Fistfight in the Parking Lot by Crisis of Conformity. Okay, I'll make a note of it. Crisis, Fistfight. Okay, Crisis of Conformity. Okay. Do not recommend me more music. I don't plan to make more notes of stuff. Joe Dirt says it's a misdemeanor. Isn't a misdemeanor a crime? Palliative says, what is your favorite genre of music? Rock music. Chilsey says, Don, read this. Did you know drawers are older than us because they're made of wood? I see. Joe Dirt says, no. Technically, misdemeanors are not crimes. Okay, cool. I did not know that. Dexo says, a misdemeanor is not a crime yet. Okay, wow. I did not know that. That's cool. Cool to learn. Fred says, Fred, go work out already. Eventually. Alex says hi. Hello, Alex. Asayake says it's a crime, felony, above a certain threshold. It's a civil infraction below that threshold. So if you go super above the speed limit, it's a felony. Okay, I got it. Fred says, okay. Sour says, misdemeanor is a crime even if in the moment. Huh, okay, there's disagreement. Mint says, potato duck is the king of the world. Okay. Nobody says God's work. Thank you. Quilliam says poop in the sink or sink in the poop. Neither. Pocket says Charga Gamancha. Okay. Otter says dog or cat. Dog. Hurricane edits WG. Super chatted $5 American. Thank you, Huracan, for your super chat. I appreciate it. Huracan says, hey, can you tell me about your coolest travel experience? Also, just helping you out. I remember going to the Redwoods near San Francisco and being in awe by, the big trees. That was quite a sight. Thank you, Huracan. I'm looking at your profile picture. It's that large kid from Stranger Things. No disrespect to him. Thank you, Huracan. I appreciate it. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Palliative says, what is your favorite word? Well, palliative is a pretty cool word. Esther says bear or tiger. I think tigers are more interesting to look at. Jason says, do you like my new profile picture? Not really. I don't know what I'm looking at. It's too abstract. Big Grape says, should I buy a Chrysler? You should not. Storm says, meep. Okay. Nobody says, if you need like-minded individuals covering the whole continent, let me know. Interesting. Like-minded? I'm like-minded with you? What are we connected by? I don't know. JK says, they should invite an app that reads our minds and types our thoughts in the chat. That will eventually happen. Dexo says, I think the North Pole doesn't exist. Okay. Sour says, damn, he was quick to diss Chrysler. I just said no on intuition. I don't know what I'm talking about. Otter says, what's your favorite TV show? A show I like is Pluribus. BN says, have you ever been to the casino? No. Jason says, fun fact, I like potatoes. Okay. Goofy says, hi, how are you? Hello, Goofy. Pocket says, I didn't get mod after I donated yellow. You did not donate yellow. You did not. At least this stream. Dax says, North Pole does exist. You disagree with that guy? Okay. Money super chatted $5 Thank you, Money. Money says, hello. Do you remember me from your last stream? And can you make a funny face, please? Then look at the ducks. Dude, I'm not making a funny face. That would be... Sorry, but I am looking at the ducks, though. You spammed ducks. I rarely see people spam, like, the same thing in a super chat. Usually all super chats are, like, perfect grammar, you know? But you're going, like, spamming. Thank you for your super chat, Money, and I do remember you. You super chatted before. I remember that. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Thank you, Money. Lori says, hope you're doing great. I am. I feel great. Dexo says, the North Pole is only a magnetic pole, but there's no ice or anything. Huh. Are you disagreeing with, like, modern mainstream scientists? Or is that, like, mainstream? Porma2 says, yeah, the employed make sure to show off their proletariat lexicon. I forgot how you pronounce that. And I don't even know what that means. Thank you. Well, why am I thanking you? Nobody says 11. Okay. Pocket says, what do I get for a 500 donation? Not much, don't do it. Star Wars says, do you know the Earth is flat? I'm just kidding, the Earth is round. Okay. Dax says, like your headphones and the color. Thank you. Porma2 says, cuz I'm epic. That's true. Dexo says, owl emoji, owl emoji. The Potter says, you are losing your mind. No, that was a minor mistake. Palliative says, what's your lucky number? 24. AJ says, should I make a song dissing off Jack Doherty? No, who cares about him? Patricia says Spanish. Okay. Star Wars says, do you play Minecraft or Fortnite? I play Fortnite sometimes. Porma2 says, Owl Tua. Hawk Tua. Owl Tua. Okay. The Potter says, no one can use the owl. Okay. 10 says, use Linux. I used to, but it's too high IQ for me. And he says, why your lucky number is 24? There's no great reason. I just like the vibes I get from it. Jonathan says, what's your thoughts on 67 and 69? I don't ever say those memes myself. Gohan says, here is a question. If a crystal ball could tell you the truth about yourself, what would you ask? What profession I should pursue? Like, what's my talent? Landon says, The Earth isn't actually round. It's like a oblate spheroid. I don't know what that means. Patricia says, I have a question about the game. Can you be my friend? Sorry, no. 10 Angry says, you are now breathing manually. You got me. Nobody says, what do you think about corruption? I think corruption is bad, and I'm glad it doesn't happen that much in the United States compared to other countries. Just says tell. That works as a message. Total says hi, bro. Hello, Total. E-Man says, do you like Harry Potter? Not too much. Porma2 says, controversy. Okay. Asayake says, I am slowly going crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Switch. Crazy, going slowly. Am I? You're trying to make me act crazy by saying that stuff? Okay. Dexo says, would you live on the moon? No. AJ says, I'm gonna make a song about you. Is that okay? Yes. Lexus says, true bro, US is better than Australia. Okay. Jason says, this is a mid-stream. Okay. Jonathan says, do you and Innie know each other in real life? No, we don't. Nobody says, do you enjoy cleaning? Usually not. Blue Fox says, do you know Epic the musical? No. Landon says, slightly flattened at the poles and bulges at the equator. That's too much for me to comprehend. Asayake says, nah, it's a song. Oh, it's lyrics. Okay. Toby says, Mamu. Okay. AJ says, bet. Okay. Esther says, Japan or Ghana? Isn't Ghana like in Africa? Isn't that place corrupt? Barry? I prefer Japan. That girl says, do you know any aliens? No, I don't. Mimi says, hee 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 hee. Okay. Unknown says hi. Hello, Unknown. Otter says goodbye. Goodbye, Otter. The Potter says, today we celebrate the birthday of Alan Rickman. Wow, today's his birthday? Huh. 21st? Okay. Rest in peace. AJ says, bruh, you didn't have to read it again. What? Dexo says, crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Okay. Lexus says, Japan, not silly. What? The Potter says, wands in the chat. Okay. Fen says, Mimi, your profile picture is weirdly cute. Okay. RJ says, 2021 Nissan Rogue Platinum with driver assistance package, which includes 12.3-inch touchscreen. Okay. Blue Fam says, do you have a crush? No comment. Lana says, I have a dog named Goose. Okay. Landon says, what's the cutest breed of dog in your opinion? I don't know. Chihuahua is a contender. Jesse Smith super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Jesse Smith, for your second super chat this stream. Jesse says, please be kind and rewind. Be nice and chill out. Relax. Okay. Thank you, Jesse, for your positivity. Let me add to the timer. Time added. Thank you. Mister says his crush is Queso. No, not the guy that looks like Santa. Unknown says, are you depressed? I'm not depressed. Q says, YouTube or Netflix? Answer the question. YouTube. Sajura says, lol. What's going on here? I'm reading your chat messages. Esther says, Porsche or McLaren? I prefer the Porsche. Zyke says, what game would you play if you had one game to play for the rest of your life? Minecraft, there's infinite possibilities. Alicia says, you like tomatoes and elephants? Yeah, both are pretty cool. Best friend says, I love you not being weird. Okay. Jezebel says, game over. Freaked out emoji. Crying emoji. Okay. Chilsey says, what would you do if James Bond crashed a cannonball on your car? Get contact insurance. E-Man says, what's your favorite car? I don't know. I'm not into cars at all. Leland says, are you gay? I am heterosexual. Palliative says, if you have to create a word, what would it be? Well, maybe a word for the day after tomorrow. The Potter says, digital hugs for everyone. Okay. Jolina says, if you don't like something you make, change it. If you can't change it, change your attitude. That's good advice. Chilsey says, what's heterosexuality? Just wondering. It's being straight. Corma2 says, I think that's forward. Okay. Landon says, what's the timer for? It's when I end the stream. 10 says, Linux is the best OS. I think Linux is Cope. 26 says, King Cobra or Cyrax. I don't know too much about either of them. I just know that Cyrax is a crazy looking homeless kind of drug dude, so I choose King Cobra. Dexo says over tomorrow. Okay. Asayake says thank you. Back at you, the Potter. Okay. You're my best friend says, do you like Toy Story? Yeah, I do. Jeg says, say put tea in a mall. What? Corma2 says, Cobra is an ethical cow. Cyrax is a punching bag. Interesting. They're two different kinds of lol cows. Okay. Bethany says, what's better, Steph Curry or Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson. Nobody says, would you ever visit England? Yes. Manuel says, I am coming to heal. Okay. Sadie says, do you have a boyfriend? No, I don't. AJ says, Don wishes he was a bop. He's stuck on his chair like a mop. Like a mop? How does that... okay. I think he may be on cocaine. Okay. That's cute. Landon says, does Italian brain rot suck? It's okay. Dexo says, why is the emergency number 911? It reminds me of that tragedy. Yeah, I don't know. Weird coincidence. Marty says, you look zesty when you roll your pretty eyes. Okay. The Potter says, that's cute. A bunch of cute emojis. Okay. Pressure says, hey Don, have you heard of Slime Rancher? No, what's that? Annie says, I like number 37. Did you know that 37 appears to be a hidden thread running through different patterns in life? No, but isn't every number like in nature? So is I don't know. Jen says, I'm currently crashing out. Okay. Avi says, it was my birthday yesterday. Can you say happy birthday to me, sir? Isn't that weird to ask someone to say happy birthday? It isn't genuine then. Perfect says, am I home alone? I don't know. Unknown says, mom or dad? What? Jonathan says, what's your thoughts on the Mandel B sequence? I don't know what that is. I know what the Fibonacci sequence is. Pressure says, Slime Rancher is a game about capturing slimes and giving them food to get money. That sounds pretty silly. Cisco says, did you know you're the coolest YouTube streamer? I did not. Chilsey says, what do you think about the Michael Jackson allegations in the files? I don't believe in it. Her says, do you like Half-Life? Yeah, I played like half of Half-Life 1 and enjoyed myself. The Potter says, Harry Potter TV series adds 3 more to its cast. Okay. Sajura says, are you sleepy? I am not. Cole says 21 or 67. 21. Ethan says, what's your favorite movie? I like Eyes Wide Shut. Neveo says, I'm back. Do you remember me? I do. Notification says, my friends took pictures of my hamster so I can check on her. That's nice of them. AJ says, the next time you reply to me, I'll either dono 500 or I'll just leave. It depends on what the rest of the chat says. Just leave. You're not donating 500. Nobody believes you. Asayake says, the Half-Life speedrun glitches are wild and entertaining. I have not seen that. Maybe I should take a look. Carson says, what are you on? I think it's meh. I'm not on meth. Lit says, do you pick the chats? I do. Mug says, are you gay? I like women. Layla says, what's your favorite food? A food I like is chicken quesadilla. Jezebel says, say iCup or say KFC is best food? I don't care, dude. Andrea says, are you high or drinking alcohol? I'm neither. Pressure says, what's your favorite classic Vine? Favorite classic Vine? Right now I'm thinking of King Batch, whatever his name, and he has a big spoon. I don't like that Vine too much, but that's like the only thing that pops in my head. Miss says, do you watch cartoons? I watched Avatar: The Last Airbender when I was a kid. Terry says, you never picked me. Well, I picked you there. Give me 1 second, please. Stand by. I'm doing something. Okay, I'm finished. Jezebel says, guys, please don't say bro smoke. He just... What? Cole says, you are a cool streamer. Thank you, Cole. Her says, if you played Half-Life, what do you think of Portal? I haven't played Portal, but it looks like an interesting game, similar to Half-Life. Jezebel says, what? What? Parker says, if I dono 50, will you set the timer to 20:59 seconds? Yeah, I mean, I can do more time, but I can set it to that exactly if you want. Sajura says 67. Okay. Bo says, are you tired? I'm not tired. Jezebel says, haha, what brothers? Haha, what? YouTube says, bore maxing. Is that sitting in a chair in front of a wall just doing nothing? Chill says, opinions on the allegations of parasocial Don Benitez in the files. There's nothing there. I'm not there. The Potter says, message deleted by the Big Stein. Okay. Remember says, okay. The different ways of typing it. First says, good day, Don. Thanks for giving me those oats yesterday. I didn't give you anything. Manuel says, maniac mansion for me, whatever that means. Nobody says, 22 or a snub nose. What? Just another dude says, do you remember me? I don't. Jen says, do you prefer males or females? I prefer females. Jezebel says, guys, it's 10 minutes. Act quick. Yeah, only 10 minutes left. Literal says, well, I'm a dono tomorrow, so get ready around 3:20. No promises. I know says, Don, I've been in your basement for 1 week. The 4 Lucky Charm oats you gave me aren't enough. I don't have you in my basement. Dyke says, Doms, my name is Domisa. What are you saying, dude? Are you trying to get me to say something racist? Pressure says, what's your favorite console? PS3. Gohan says, what is the author's purpose for using parallel structure in the specific paragraph? I don't know. I don't have the reading material. I don't have the text that you're referring to. Josh says, do it clap. No comment. Shapeshifting says, bellow. Hello, shapeshifting. Andrea says, am I gay? I don't know. That's for you to answer. Lovefall says, do you like toast? I do. Jonathan says, do you rent or own? I rent. Ember says, can you give my small channel a shout out? No. Daking says, why again are you on this late, bro? I don't know. It's just my schedule. The Illa says, Don, I had the most wackiest dream ever. Tell me about it. Natalie says, what do you think about Trump? I think he can be funny sometimes, but politics-wise, I'm not talking about that. Layla says, can you add 6 minutes? No, that requires money. Chloe says, sup. Hello, Chloe. ES says, it's 2:42 a.m. for me. Should I sleep? Yes. Pressure says, guys, donate. No comment. Bronze says, hi. Hello, Bronze. Die says, lease me your home. I can't do that. Just Another says, Ferrari 812 super fast. Okay. Dake says, like my profile picture. It looks like Ice Poseidon. Frey says, you like Oreos? I do. Chloe says, Trump would be a good comedian, but he's a horrible president. Okay. Promo2 says, all good things must come to an end. Yeah, but how about not so soon? How about Promo2, you super chat for the first time? Ash says, are you okay? I am okay. Layla says, do you think Epstein is still alive? I do not think so. Clash says, what's your favorite Orion flavor? What's that? First says, can you parallel park good? No, I can't. Gohan says, no comment. A wise man. Okay. Natalie says, is your voice hurting? No. Pressure says, favorite soda? Just Coke. Nothing special. Just says, what's on your shoulder? What is on my shoulder? I don't see anything. Annie says, I wanted to give you some facts about 37, but there are too many to comment. I mean, can't you just give me one? Nobody says, can we talk? Like on voice chat? M says, what do you think about the theories nowadays? I'm a mainstream media kind of guy if you're talking about conspiracy theories. Brian O'Neill Singleton super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Brian. Brian says Star Wars or Star Trek? Star Wars, A New Hope. That's my favorite movie of Star Wars. I haven't watched Star Trek, but it looks interesting. Maybe I'll watch the show. From the screenshots I've seen of it, it looks interesting. Let me extend the timer. Thank you, Brian. Jonathan Williams super chatted $10 American. Thank you, Jonathan. Jonathan says, do you think the graviton subsides in their current reality, or does it exist in a subdermal superstructure outside of it? I don't know what you're saying, dude. That sounds like a piece of dialogue that I would imagine is in Star Trek. And it's fitting that you have like a galaxy profile picture. Thank you, Jonathan. Let me extend the timer. You kind of saved the stream. It was getting close to the end there. 24 says, favorite kind of cheese? American. Smile super chatted 20 Indonesian rupiah. Thank you, Smile. Smile says, remember to drink water when you can. Hee hee. Thank you. I'll prep a water to drink. I appreciate your recommendation. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Thank you. Pressure says favorite book series. I never have read a series. Dak says tutorial how to breathe and type. I mean, Breathing should come natural. It's Don Alt says, I'm your alt account, Dom. No, you're not. Saturn says, which is better, Saturn or Jupiter? Even though Jupiter is bigger, Saturn is cooler because of its rings. Vase says, my favorite parasocial YouTubers are having... Hold on, I'm distracted. I gotta do something. Jonathan, I forgot to make you a moderator because of your big super chat. You are now a moderator, Jonathan, and this is only honorary mod, so don't actually ban people, don't actually delete messages. This is only honorary / ornamental. Frez says, what's your favorite song? I like On a Plane by Nirvana. Red Hardcore super chatted 100 sec. Thank you for your sex. Red Hardcore says, $10, no sleep for you. Thank you, Red. I appreciate it. Thank you for extending the stream and delaying until I go to sleep. I like money, even though I'm losing sleep, I guess. Let me extend the timer. Thank you again, Red Hardcore. Vase says, I mean, I can see how that sounds wrong. I meant, never mind. What are you saying, dude? Randy says, I'm hungry like the wolf. Okay. And because of your super chat, Red, let me make you a mod. Red, you are now a mod. Don't ban people. Don't delete messages. You have mod for ornamental purposes. Inni says, the human mitochondrial DNA contains exactly 37. 37 is the atomic number. I mean, there's numbers everywhere in nature. I don't really get it. Red says, yes sir. I'm glad you're not gonna go on a rampage. Jonathan says, thanks for the mod, bro. Thank you more for giving me money. First says, OMG, it's IDR from the... What the hell is IDR? Yeah, I remember saying that. Now I know. Indonesian rupiah, or at least something like that. Jonathan says, causation does not equal correlation. Okay. Shapeshifting says, read me. There you go. B says, I just made a quesadilla. Do you like quesadilla? Yeah, I do. Vase says, if I donate 5 super chats into the form of $1.99, is that equivalent mod status? No, you need no. Dexo says, text art. Cool. Asayake says, yay, more blue text, it was getting lonely. Yeah, you now have moderator friends. First says, for the record, I actually said what IDR stands for in chat, but you didn't see. Okay, thank you for telling me, even though I probably read someone else's. Dak says, did you go to college? I keep that private. Laz says, hi Don, you're my favorite YouTuber. Thank you, Laz. Shagod super chatted $5 Thank you, Shagods. Shagod says, this was my lunch money for work. Laughing out loud. JK. Okay. I'm glad that you're not gonna go hungry during lunch. Thank you, Shagods, for your $5. I appreciate it. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Thank you, Shagods. Jolina says, Don, do you remember me? Or can you make me mod? No, that requires a super chat, but I do remember you. You're a wholesome person. Jonathan says, what doctorate do you have? I keep my education private, sorry. Miss says, favorite Nirvana album? Never mind. I haven't listened to In Utero too much, to be honest. Shapeshifting says, do the 36. I'm not doing that. Pressure says, I gotta go, Don. See you next stream or in a few hours. See ya, Pressure. ES says, WPCBM when potato chips betray me. Interesting abbreviation. Roly Poly says, Did you know that birds are dinosaurs? I did not know that. You're my best friend says sent $10. B mod. That I'm distracted. Just another dude says you forgot another 10 minutes for John's donation. The timer was at 6. The timer was at 6 and Red donated 10 and John donated 10 twice. Is that correct? Can someone vouch? AD says, I ate my hat. Is that okay? No. B says, do you like bees when they don't sting you? Yes. Shapeshifting says, hello at the Potter, my goat. Okay. Jonathan says, no, it's not. Okay. Okay, I'm pretty sure I was correct. Thank you for informing me. ES says, do Y like music? Okay. Michael says, hi, how are you? Hello, Michael. Red Hardcore says, time is right. Okay, cool. Poster says, what would you do if you were in a snuff film? Like gore? Like a video? I would run away. I don't want to be decapitated by the cartel or ISIS. Just another dude says, sorry, I thought he donated twice. It's all good. Thank you for trying to inform me, even though you're wrong. Shapeshifting says, I have amnesia. I have amnesia. I have amnesia. Okay. Liam says, hi, Don. Hello, Liam. Dake says, is there a god? No. Gohan says, is it illegal to own a voucher at 12? A voucher for what? Mia says, you watch MMA? I don't. Shapeshifting says, I have amnesia. I can see. Horsey says, UK rules. Okay. Michael says, what is your favorite show? Show I like is Breaking Bad. Skater Girl says, how do I get cool? You give me money. Brian says, do some of these questions annoy you? A little bit, but only a little bit. Shapeshifting says, the red sky. It's returned to you? I don't believe that still. Nerp says, is it illegal to sneak on Epstein's Island? It is. Jonathan says, Breaking Bad is based. Doesn't based mean like controversial? I think Breaking Bad is not based. It's kind of like everyone likes it. Jonathan says, Pluribus was pretty cool as well. Yeah. Maybe Pluribus is based to like because people don't like Pluribus so much. AJ says hello. Hello, AJ. Zeus says, Don, you ever have to power slam somebody out in the real world? No. Blair says, nice stream, dude. Thank you, Blair. Daking says, unicorn emoji. Okay. Nerp says, I sneak on Epstein's Island. Am I cooked? Probably. Asayake says, Pluribus is absolutely terrifying. Yeah. Alb says, I cast testicular contortion on you. That's a waste. You're superstitious. That's fake. Rose says, am I swag? No, you're not. Maya says, Joe Mama. Okay. Layla says, do you like RHCP? I don't know what that is. Okay. 1 second, I need to do something. Give me 1 second, please. Phrase says, do you play Roblox and why? I do not play Roblox. By the way, I just removed mod status for you, Red Hardcore, and you, Asayake, which made me uncomfortable to do, but I said not to do anything at all. Don't ban people, don't delete messages, and you guys did that. I'm sure you guys had good intentions, maybe someone was spamming, but I said the rules and you didn't follow them. Rose says, what do you think of furries? I am indifferent. First says, yeah, I saw the messages being deleted. Yeah, I mean, it was spam messages that were getting deleted, I saw, but still, you know, I said the rules. And it made me especially feel bad to take it away from Asayake because that person's really wholesome. By the way, I don't hate you guys. I'm just taking away your mod. That's all I'm doing. No hate to you guys. The Potter says someone is deleting messages. Yeah, I saw that. Asayake says I did something. That was completely an accident. Yeah, well, that's unfortunate. By the way, my opinion doesn't change of you, but I did take away your mod. I still like you though. Vase says they still are. No. Chemistry says, do you know anything about the periodic table and how it functions? I think the order is an atomic number, like the way it is on the chart. Jonathan says, you say jump, and I say how high. That's the way I like it for my mods. Evie says, sorry about the rude people. No problem. Cold Slayer says, you got pop? I do. D says, let me donate 5 right now. Doesn't donate. Hilarious. Just kidding. Dax says, hey Don, I need help. I bought a bottle of whiskey and I can't finish it. Want some? No thank you. Blood says, what are your top 3 favorite games? A game I've spent a lot of time on is GTA 5. Ab says, Asayake deserves to be banned. I dislike him. No, they're one of the most wholesome people in my chat. First says, how do you style your hair? Spray, brush, just comb? I use a fiber cream and I just use my hands. Porma2 says, Don, I can't donate. Do you take EBT? Ha, very funny. Pear says, chemistry is a loser. Okay. The Potter says, Joseph Bear Ass is deleting all comments. No, I mean, he's not even a mod. But I'm sure you're being playful, the Potter. AD says, why can't we delete messages? Because I like a free-for-all chat. Annabelle says, bro, notice me, please. There you go. Laz says, Don, my name is Maya, and I am from Trinidad. You're from that island? That's interesting. Shapeshifting says, I'll save the community. Mod me, I have amnesia. You're not being mod, and I wonder if you're gonna ask again. First says, chemistry is actually really cool in a nerdy way. I'd rather take that than biology. Okay. Layla says, do you like Red Hot Chili Peppers? Sure. Brantley says, you're the best YouTuber. Thank you. Lance Mosher super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Lance. I see that your message got cut off there. Sorry, my chat box is glitchy sometimes. I'll read out the whole thing, don't worry. You say, Lance Mosher says, what is the longest game you put a lot of hours into? Okay. I think that it's Rainbow Six Siege. I've played so much of that game. I know for a fact, though, that I've spent at least 1,000 hours on GTA Online. Thank you, Lance, for your super chat. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Callie says, you say. That was an unusual voice line. Joseph Barreras super chatted $10 American. Thank you, Joseph Barreras. Joseph Barreras says, it was the Potter deleting comments. Source? Trust me, bro. Huh. I do not trust you. Thank you, Joseph, for your super chat. And that was cute. Source, trust me. The Potter says no. Okay. Thank you, Joseph, for your super chat. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. And thank you for your past super chats. You super chat often. Thank you, Joseph. First says, I don't think Don understands what they mean by Red Hot Chili Peppers. I know what they mean. They mean the band. AB says, hope Asayake gets banned one day. Okay. Joseph says thanks. Let me make you mod now. Mod bond. Mod. Joseph, you are now a mod. I hope you don't make what the Potter said true. I don't think you will. Pear says, say I love combing 10 times fast. No, it's probably something racist. Reem says hi again. Hello, Reem. Callie says, Potter, I'm over my sickness. Thank you. That's cool. Jonathan says, bro, got a good grasp on the First Amendment. You talking to me? I don't think I've talked about that this stream. I know though that it gives you the right to film in public. Shapeshifting says, why does this petting zoo have so many Don Benitez? I have amnesia. Whatever that means. Joseph says, I'm glad Callie is feeling better. Yes. Liv says, why is your eye orange? Maybe because of the lighting. Fridge says, when I first saw Don, I got obsessed with you. You were just like drugs addicting. Thank you. Jonathan says, freedom of speech and expression. I know that. That's obvious. Freedom of speech, freedom of the press. Dirt says, dream job as a kid. Paleontologist. Capri says, do you remember me? Yes, I do. AD says, what is the easiest game you've played? Easiest game, I don't know, dude. Maybe, I don't know. Dexo says, the first number in the alphabet is 1. What does that even mean? And maybe actually the easiest game is Super Mario Wii. Jonathan says, indeed. Yes, indeed. Celeste says, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Celeste. Internet says, remember me? I was internet yesterday. I don't remember you. Joseph says, where's TT at? I don't know if they're here, but they were here. They super chatted. Boy says, dinner? My treat. Whatever that means. Pear says, GTA Online is goated. I spent pretty much all my time playing last team standing modes. You know, insurgents versus RPGs. The Potter says, TT was here. That's right. Animation says, what was the subject you absolutely sucked in school? Algebra. Jack says, to remember me, I don't. Mia says, you have autism? No, I don't. Dexo says, ash after fire. True. Pinky says, I shit in a water bottle. Okay. Abracadabra says, this is probably worse than doom scrolling for your brain. No, I disagree. When you're doom scrolling, you shut off your brain. You're like asleep. But right now, I'm focused. I'm locked in. My brain is chugging. Jonathan says, I took you as a math guy. The opposite. Capri says, I tried to drown my fish, and it won't die. What are some tips? I'm not giving tips for that. Luke says, what is your worst fear? Car crashes, plane crashes. Granny says hi. Hello, Granny. Zeus says ham or turkey? Turkey. Fridge says, how focused are you? I'm pretty focused. I don't know. Joseph says, it's lurkin' time for Callie and I. Sounds good. Gata says, I never get picked. Well, I picked you there. First says, so many people assumed when I was younger that I was good at math just because I had glasses. Facepalm. I see. Stereotype. Callie says, yes. Joseph TT is probably lurking too. Maybe. Rust says chicken or beef? Chicken. Just another dude says, do you remember me? I remember your name. Lewis says, hat's your favorite game to play? What is my favorite game to play? I like Minecraft. Jonathan says, how many languages you know, sir? Uno, just English. Animation says, how do you make cereal? You buy it from the supermarket. Classic says, have you played Cyberpunk 2077? I have not played that game. Daniel says, yo bro, go brush your teeth. I did. Alicia says, if you were from World War II times, would you survive the D-Day landings? I mean, it's dependent on luck, you know? Probably not. I feel like statistically it probably would die. First says, someday I will convince Don to play Minecraft with me. Not today though. Yeah, not today. Dexo says, can or glass? Glass. Layla says, do you eat rocks? No, I don't. Rust says, do you ever play PUBG? I do not. Jack says, my brother tried to take a shit in the school urinal. That's pretty gross. Luke says, do you think this will become a whole genre of streams in the future? I don't think so. Jerry says, less odds than legends of pooling an ultra. Okay. Jonathan says, what's your favorite mineral? Favorite mineral? I'm quartz because it's kind of pretty. The Potter says, message deleted by Joseph Barras. Hilarious. Michael says hi. Hello, Michael. Electronic says, would you say uwu if you donated 500? I mean, I just said it there. Shapeshifting says, pretty, Don. Are you... what? Total says, can I have mod, please? No. Dexo says, I'm a miner. I love coal. Okay. Animation says, what do you do first for cereal? Milk or the cereal? I put cereal first, obviously. The Void says, hi, I'm back. Hello, The Void. Mick says, hi. Hello, Mick. Tomato says, am I here early? Well, we're an hour and a half in, so I would say no. Daniel says, you drink expired milk, bro. Your teeth are so yellow. Looks like you drink egg yolk. They are yellow. Kill says, which came first? The egg or the chicken? The egg. Era says, what's your address? If I said that, I might get swatted, so I'm not saying that. Anth says, what brand is your headset, excuse me. It's Logitech. A4 says, getting ready to for you get it. Dude, speak English, please. Lance says, would you rather do this normally or an ASMR stream? I hate ASMR. The Potter says, I see the amazing digital circus profile picture. Here, wowie. That guy you think knows ball? Okay. Jonathan says, are you more of a rosy quartz kind of guy or crystal? Crystal, just white. BN says, Don, why don't you play Arena Black Breakout? I don't know what that is, but it sounds lame. Sounds like a... what's that game called? Free Fire? It sounds like something... It sounds like a bad game. Arena Breakout. AB says, do you have insomnia? You look very tired. I don't. Kitten says, what's your birthstone? I don't know what it is. Electronic says, do you like Domer or Ben 10? No, I don't. J-Man says, Scooby-Doo or Marmaduke? Marmaduke. First says, Rosy Quartz and Crystal made me think Steven Universe. I'm so cooked. I don't think about Steven Universe because I never watched that show because I always thought it looked bad. Joseph says, I accidentally swiped up and saw Ice Cream Man 22 geeking out. What the fuck? Ice Cream Man 22 are me and him are neighbors in your algorithm. That's cool. Electronic says, crying emoji, Ukraine flag emoji. Okay. Kitten says, what's your birthstone? I don't know. Fridge says, Don Benitez or Vladimir Putin? I prefer myself. Rival says, do you play Roblox Rivals? No, definitely not. Hunter says, are you gay? I am straight. Dexo says, moldy bread is green and blue. Okay. The Void says, I just swiped up and saw the most disgusting thing. What was my neighbor doing? The Amazon says, hello again. I keep blowing my nose and blood comes out. I'm sorry. BN says, bro, you can't judge a book by its cover. Go watch some gameplays of Arena Breakout. If you super chat, I'll watch gameplays after the stream. Still says, I got some red, white, and black Air Monarch 4s the other day. What are your favorite shoes? Well, right now I'm rocking New Balance shoes, and they're walking shoes. And he says, if the egg existed before the chicken, where did it come from? Evolution. Sab says, why are you also so rude to people? I don't think I'm too rude. Maybe only a little bit. Bruce says, hi. Hello, Bruce. Electronic says, do you vape? I don't. Black says, do you have monometremic blah blah blah? I don't. Ezra says, do you like Demon Slayer? That anime? No. Fridge says, what is Ice Cream Man doing? I'm pretty sure he's just saying, you're done. You're done. You're done over and over. Is that what he's doing? I don't know what he's doing. Ice says, do you draw or play? If you play, then what game? I play Minecraft. Lexus says, you straight follow. What? First says, I don't think Don is rude. He's just rough around the edges. Yeah. Dexo says, how to start a car. You have a key and then you turn it in the ignition. Cool says, Ice Cream Man 22 is saying random stuff. Like mousse, marmalade, muffin, just saying nonsense like that. Autumn says, how old are you? I am not a minor, I'll say that. Electronic says, tell me how to do demon. What does that mean? Luke says, how do you pick chats? I have a chat box on my computer monitor, and I click the exact chat message I want to bring up here. Jonathan says, it is sustained fire that is compressed is how you start a car. I see. I didn't know the exact technical way. Thank you. Joseph says, he's combing his hair and using a school bus toy as a phone, and literally saying blah blah blee blah. Okay, he's doing that kind of stuff. Okay. Incoherent kind of stuff. Jaden says, hi bro, remember me? I don't remember you. Brandon says, duh. Janner, what are you saying, dude? The Potter says, Don, in how many fandoms are you in? I don't know. I visited the Stanley Kubrick subreddit a few times. That's like the closest to a fandom I've been. Lance says, hey, do you like marmalade? I don't even know what it is. I just know the word. Shapeshifting says, actually, I'm not going to read that comment by Shapeshifting. Stein the Fines, yeah, I don't want to read it, dude. You've been typing long comments lately, and I don't like it, Shapeshifting. Bruce says, what you doing right now? I am reading your chat message. Theme Park says, what's your favorite theme park? Disney, no, California Adventure with, the roller coaster that goes, I like the roller coaster that went in a loop. Dalmatian says, hog reveal, not happening. Porma2 says, take that Vac J. What? Is that supposed to be towards shapeshifting? Shapeshifting says, why did bro speak to me like that? I'm uncomfortable. Sorry, but it's the truth. Time says, do you know what Therians are? People that think they are animals. Maverick says, when? Face reveal. The current moment. BN says, sorry, we live in Tunisia and Super Chat is not available. Well, I guess that's unfortunate. HS says, I'm JSJS. Did you block my messages? No. Animation says, I was talking to someone and they said an egg came out of a seed. That's pretty weird. Jonathan says, do you build or buy? I don't know what you mean, but right now I'm thinking about building PCs for some reason. And I had my PC pre-built. Got it on Craigslist. Luke says, difference between Therians and furries. Which are you? I don't know the difference. Jonathan says yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, pre-built. First says, when I see someone with an AI art profile picture, I get so disappointed. Yeah, me too. Rant says W. Okay. HS says, yep, Habibi, what are you doing? Just reading your messages. What does Habibi mean? Does that mean like God be with you or something? What does Habibi mean? Raid says, do you like Ice Cream Man 22? I like it when he doesn't say nonsense. I like it when he's just, talking to the chat. Jonathan says brother. Habibi means brother. Okay. You guys are my parasocial fake Habibis. Joseph says, wait, doesn't the first have an AI profile picture? No, no way. HS says, Habibi means my love. I thought everyone and their dog knew that. Well, I didn't. Braver says, my favorite name, I'm a girl, is Sophia. What's yours? Well, I like the name Sophia. I like the name Soph, actually. Maverick says, Ice Cream Man 22 saying, little pig liking my door. Okay. Manuel says, my mom dated guy who reversed engineer UFO. Okay. Christina says, what's your favorite movie? A movie I like is The Vanishing. Raid says, fair enough. Okay. A Dalmatian says, hog reveal. Still not happening. Kane says, has anyone donated? Yes. HS says, what's the most you'll reveal about what your opinion on Israel is? I mean, I do say that I believe in the mainstream media, so I think that says something. Dexo says, what eye color has Soph? I don't know. Shapeshifting says, everyone is okay. Okay. Rant says, do you like to kick a wall when you're mad? No. Joseph Barrera says, see ya later, Don and chat. I'll miss you all. Parasocially, of course. Have a good night. See ya, Joseph Barreras. Have a good night to you too. Braver says, in not what? Former 2 says, which mainstream media source though? Does it matter? I mean, CNN, Fox, aren't they like the same when it comes to that topic? I don't know. First says, no, I made my profile picture in October. It's like a self-portrait. That's pretty cool. I did not know that. I thought it was from a piece of media. Christina says, what's your favorite food? A food I like is eggs over medium. Braver says, what's the thing you found out about? What are you saying, man? HS says, mainstream media says different things all the time, no? I thought I was saying something by saying that, I follow the mainstream media, but I guess not, sorry. Shagod says, do you remember the game Twisted Metal? What was your favorite car or character? I have not heard of that game. Raid says, I hope you are all alright, brother, and doing well. Okay. Good boy says, laughing out loud. Okay. Wiki says, yo, dude, I think you don't remember me. Yeah, I don't. Anna says, I'm Anna. What's yours? I don't own a person named Anna. Terry says, do you like guitar? I don't play guitar. Animation says, what is your nationality? I am American. Felice says hi. Hello, Felice. Christina says, what's your useful thing in your life? My phone. Manuel says, I'm bored now. Sorry, finger swipe bye. Bye. Coco says, do you like piano? I don't like playing it. Layla says, do you support Trump? No comment. Dexo says, fishing experiment in Canada. Whatever that means. Patricia says hi. Hello, Patricia. Theme Park says, the history of Minecraft. A man was driving in his car because he was going to his store. What are you saying, dude? JS says, thank you to Shaddog for the 20 subs. Okay. Anna says, I meant, what's your name? Don, D-O-N. Patricia says, like Plants vs. Zombies 2? No. The first game is the best. Lance says, do it was in your arms around... What are you saying, man? Good Boy says, how old are you, mister? I am an adult. Braver says, Donnie, Donald's, or Donna Van. Okay. Felice says, I liked your vid now. Okay. Ham says, I did similar chit-chat stream after seeing you. Okay. Jonathan says, what are your thoughts on interdental travel through 0 point energy? I don't know. I don't even know what that is. HS says, the Isle of Man is a cool country. That's a country? I didn't know that was a country. I just know that it's an island. Take says, are you on the spectrum? I am not autistic. Normal says, I just bought a Ford Mustang GT for 106.7K to go to college. Was that a mistake? Yes. Jonathan says, what's your thoughts on interdimensional travel by using 0 point energy? I have a positive view of it. I don't know what it is. I'm just saying that. Goku says, I breathe oxygen. Me too. Anna says, how much do you make on YouTube? $20 an hour at least. Christina says, what's your favorite instrument? They all have their places. I don't know. The piano. Dexo says, what do you think of South Africa? Well, the tabletop mountain in Cape Town is pretty cool. Federal says, this photo represents the girl who will continue on to be America's next model. Okay. I says, what's your favorite color? Gray. Brooklyn says, what is your favorite car? Be specific. The Zentorno from GTA 5. Still says, do you like shoes? Yes, they are useful. George says, did you know I was from South Africa? I did not. HS says, what's your ancestral background? Well, I know a lot of it is based in Mexico. Hog Rider says, I'm gay. Don't show this on screen. It's too late. Friend says, we need a super chat. It is getting low. Take says, what gave you the inspiration to make money answering questions? The make money part, like $1 equals 1 minute, I came up with that myself. Well, I was inspired by subathons though. Piana says, Don, did you say your favorite instrument was a piano? Mine too. We're the same. Pianist, the AI, aka Allie. Jaden says, I had money to make you add more. Oh, dude. Jonathan says, so you like Bugattis? Slightly. B-Ball says, I hope you have a good day. Thank you. Rush says, what was the most uncomfortable song you've ever heard? I have an answer to that. What is it called? The Ghosts of Hiroshima? No, it's like an ode for Hiroshima. It's something like that. It's a freaky song. Touchdown says, Will you build your own pleasure island if you become rich? No, I'm not pulling an Epstein. Jojo says, what's your opinion on K-pop? Looks ridiculous, but maybe that opinion will change. Jaden says, add more time, please. Give me money, please. Slushy says, yo, are you okay? You look geeked. I'm okay. Jay says, hey twin. Hello, Jay. Porma2 says, Don resent me because I don't feed into his fin dom fantasy. What does that mean? Does that mean that I resent you for not giving me money? I can't dominate you because you don't give me money? Good Boy says, what's the best song? The 7th Symphony, Part 2 of Beethoven. Porma2 says, financial dominance. I see. Who's gonna be the dude that I financially dominate in very soon so I don't end the stream? Or maybe I won't have someone to dominate. Still says, nah, I mean, do you like shoes in the sense of fashion? No. The Flippin' Gambler super chatted 20 American dollars. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. You saved the stream. The Flippin' Gambler says, do you have a favorite Breaking Bad episode? Yeah, I would say so. I like when they're kidnapped by Tuco. They're watching TV. They're trying to poison Tuco with ricin in a burrito. They eventually kill Tuco. I like that episode a lot. That's my favorite episode. By the way, I like Tuco as a villain more than Gus. Thank you, Gambler, for your super chat. I appreciate it. Let me extend the timer. It's going from 2 minutes to 22 minutes. You saved the stream, man. Thank you. The Real says that sucked. You didn't like that episode? TB says, which season was peak Fortnite? I think season 2, chapter 1. Brooklyn says, good night, I subbed. Okay. Good Boy says, what's the bets country? America. Slushy says, are you sure? Geek means to be high. I am not high. Dime says, show us your history. No. Georgia says, my parents are from Africa. Okay. Tate says, how long have you been at this? 1 hour, 57 minutes. Fun fact, the Flippin' Gambler was the first person to chat in this live stream. He chatted like 10 minutes before the stream even started. Zick says, what anime/show do you love/like and why? I like Spirited Away because, I don't know, dude, I just do. Dexo says, inconspicuous. Okay. Delana says, are you losing sleep? I am not. Jonathan says, that is an awesome choice of episodes for Breaking Bad. That's my favorite episode. Zyke says skull emoji. Okay. Holly says, new here. Hi everyone, what's the stream about? All I do is read chat messages. Anna says, say 67. There you go. Ramsey says, all living things die alone. True. Ranting says, music emoji. Okay. Eric Brown says, hi. It's the Eric Brown. The Eric Brown. By the way, this guy super chatted something like $300 a few streams ago, so that's why I'm being dramatic right now. Thank you again, Eric, for your unfathomable amount of money. Jonathan says, what do you think of Better Call Saul? I enjoyed it. It was pretty, I liked it. I prefer Breaking Bad though because I just am a sucker for the action. Yeah, just says it's my birthday. Okay. Anna says hi. Hello, Anna. Casey says, do you like Hole-in? I don't know what that is. Holly says, oh, okay. At least you actually read your chat, unlike most. Yeah. Jonathan says same. You prefer Breaking Bad, okay. TD says, Is Slippin' Jimmy Breaking Bad canon? Yeah. Shapeshifting says, my new kids travel company, LSJ Vacay. Okay. Ranting says, do you like grilled cheese? I do. Side note, to Eric Brown, I checked out your channel titled Eric Brown, but I don't know if that's the channel you meant, but I did check out that channel. Jaden says hi. Hello, Jaden. Jonathan says, do you think they will connect Pluribus with the Breaking Bad universe? I don't think they will. Bull says hi. Hello, Bull. Gianna says, what is your favorite NBA player? Mine is Giannis. I don't know. Michael Jordan. Y says, what's your thoughts on spiders? They freak me out, even though I'm a grown man. Trey says hi. Hello, Trey. Dexo says, zero mask now. I don't own one. Fao says, you're cool. Thank you. Good Boy says, what's the best game? Objectively, maybe Minecraft or Tetris. Dirtbike says 67. Okay. Roblox says, you're a cool guy. Thank you again. Trey says, how you day? Great, Trey. Leaf says, my dad's a famous country singer. His name is Eric M. Hopper. Can you please play his music? No. Jonathan says, how about jumpin' spiders? I have not heard of those. That sounds freaky. Casey says, Pauline is a purple and orange character. Okay. The Real says, have done a unicorn before. Sorry. Emu says, do you prefer Birmingham City or Aston Villa? What's that? Theme Park says, whatever that emoji is. Y says, would you rather live in space or the deep ocean? Space. Joanna says, do you watch My Hero Academia? I don't. Wanda says, would you rather a Canada or United States? I like living in the States. Rob says, good lord, zero personality. Okay. TD says, would you rather piss in the shower or shower in piss? Piss in the shower. Jonathan says, jumpin' spiders are pretty chill usually. They don't bite, is what you're saying? Okay. 1-4 says, how are you? And I hope you have a great day. Thank you. Christina says, unk. Okay. Azael says, since you haven't seen much anime, you should try to watch Bleach. I'd watch that reactions. No, I'm not doing that. Gianna says, what's your high score on Block Blast? I have not played that. Zach says, Charlie Kirk. Okay. Holly says, I actually find this amusing. I have no idea why. Okay. Delusional says, jumpin' spiders are so cut. Look it up. Cut? What does that mean? Does that mean they have muscles? Droog says, real truck drivers shit their pants. Okay. Dime says, do you prefer Latinas or white girls? I don't want to answer. Delusional says, cute. Okay. Emu says, I've subscribed and this is good stuff. Thank you. Annie says, have you ever visited an abandoned building? No, I have not. Taco says, my house just burnt down. I'm sorry. Maria says, would you rather have a pet cat or would you rather have a pet dog? A pet dog. The Wind says, favorite song. A song I like is On a Plane by Nirvana. Dean says, what's the best place you've ever visited? Well, I've been to Washington, D.C., and it was pretty cool seeing the various monuments there, the memorials, like, for 9/11, Vietnam. Y says, would you rather be a Charlie Kirk, or a octopus? I don't get it. Still says, I asked for the favorite song like an hour ago, bro. Yeah, but not everyone here has been here that long. Pokey says, do you approve a di? I mean, I approve mine, but not others. Annie says, what's the creepiest place you have visited? Well, I remember bicycling downtown, downtown in my city, when COVID was at an all-time high, so it was just this deserted city. That was pretty freaky. Richard says, according to all known laws of aviation, there is no way a bee should be able to fly. Is this for the great meme reset? TD says, would you rather have unlimited I don't care, dude. Eva says, deformed chicken fetus. Okay. Luke says, was the city Fresno? No comment. Harley says, Jesus loves you. Okay. Y says, would you rather never listen to music or lose your sense and taste forever? Lose my sense of taste. Anna says, why don't you care about our question? Because I don't know why that question just kind of bores me. The bacon thing. Shapeshifting says, Kansas City is already empty. Okay. Emu says, if you could invade a country, what country would you invade? North Korea. Shapeshifting says, W. Ken Carson profile picture. Okay. Perma2 says, what do you mean our? Yeah, what is this? North Korea? Someone says, what is the headphones? It's Logitech. TB says, would you rather be a shapeshifter or invisible? Invisible? Sorry. Well, actually, shapeshifter. I'm team shapeshifting. First says, Don invading North Korea is crazy. I mean, that's the only country I know for sure that has, ethical problems. Y says, tie for the person who liked the Ken Carson. Okay. Gohan says, no comment who is copywriting this video. What? Preston says, wanna come to the island? We got Diddy. I'm good. The Potter says, the owl has surrendered to the dark, a gentle, silent passing into the deep, quiet woods. What is that? Is that a Harry Potter quote? Luke says, how many of these have you streamed? Something like 130. Capybara says, remember me yesterday? No. Preston says, aw man, why not? I don't know what you're referring to. Someone says, what does the countdown mean? You can read about it in the pinned comment. Dean says, would you rather be able to pause time and make people forget about things? Demon emoji. Or be able to eat unlimited food? I mean, the former option. I hope I wouldn't be corrupt though with it. Jonathan says, Dr. Manhattan or the Living Tribunal? Dr. Manhattan. I don't even know what either of those is, but Capybara says, I see how it is. Okay. Griff says, do you animate? I do not. I think the first captain does. Porma2 says, I put apple fritter pie in my PB&J. Okay. Daking says, bro, I'm guessing you have a job in school. Okay. TD says, is Pikmin 4 peak? I mean, is it the fourth installment and whatever that is? I don't know what that is. If it's the fourth installment, I suspect that it's bad. Jonathan says DC or Marvel. DC. No. I've enjoyed, well, I don't know. I've seen more Marvel movies, I'll say that. Emu says, have you ever played Breath of the Wild? I have not. Dean says, is Mike Ins what? Ardu says, Would you rather? I'm getting tired of the would you rather questions. I'm sorry. Why? Oh god. Shapeshifting says, I like Batman. Okay. Benjamin says, it was like years ago, dude. What? Theme says, bread. Okay. Someone says, love the headphones. Thank you. Jen says, hi. Hi, Jen. Former2 says, wouldn't you rather? Okay. Daking says, please go to sleep. No, I'm fine. Edmund says, do you watch object shows? I don't know what that is. Is that a thing for little children? Hill says, what is this music? It's a song by Marcus Persson. Luke says, stop saying would you rather. Dawn is sick of it. At the current moment, yeah. Jada says, the past is dead. True. Shapeshifting says, George Washington is here. No. George Washington here. You're saying that you're George Washington? Dime says, what headphone brand? Logitech. Why are you interested in this? These headphones obviously look terrible. Preston says, want to come to the island? No, thank you. Haven says, are you gay? I am not. Preston said, I already read that. Madison says, how long you have been awake for? At least a dozen hours. DVD says, hi. Hello, DVD. Dean says, what's your favorite video game and why? Red Dead 1, because the map is, I like the map a lot. I don't really care so much for the story. Alexander says, aren't you bored? I am not. Still says, do you stream every day or on a certain schedule? For the past week, I've been streaming every day. It depends how much super chats I get if I stream every day. Innie says, why do you have these terrible headphones? Because they work. You know, the mic seems okay. Dime says, the mic is fire. That's why I want the brand. Interesting. That's... Shapeshifting says, I'm snorkeling in the Virgin Islands. Have a look at the roof of this building. Domes are cool. Oh, pizza the here? I hope you're not using the pizza slang. Eric Brown says, would you rather save bread or save world hunger? Save world hunger. I'd be okay eliminating bread from the earth if it means saving, starving people. Ranting says, you ever play a game called Ark? If so, did you like it? I haven't played it. Isn't that the game with dinosaurs? Luke says, most memorable person in chat ever. I'm not gonna say, but I'll say this. You're pretty memorable. You got nice original comments, and you have a cool profile picture, a alligator or crocodile's eye. TD says, do you have a favorite musical? Fiddler on the Roof. Jolly says, is Trump an alpha, omega, or beta? Alpha. The Potter says, the French owl song has ceased. It's silver flight now still, whatever that means. Ben says, I would love some cream cheese bagel. Yeah, I would like that too. Chaos says, did you lock the timer? No, you can always check with the pinned comment. Friend says, we need another super chat. Yeah, I'll end the stream in 5 minutes if I don't get one. Theme Park says spam bread chat. Okay. Gohan says North or South Korea? South Korea. I like the rights they have there compared to the North. Ski says, do most people on here ask you dumb or good questions? I mean, I don't really care if they're, dumb. I just like entertaining questions, which I get often. Dean says, we need another super chat, but I'm poor, so I can't. Okay. Y says, have you ever beaten the Red Dead story? Yeah. I've killed... I remember Dutch falling to his death. Jonathan says W stream. Thank you, Jonathan. Chaos says, are you introverted? I am. I am, yeah. Porma2 says, no, I'm poor and I can't. It'll be pretty cool if you ever super chat, even if it's $1. Shapeshifting says, when I become king, everyone will be my friend, and we will play with Lego all day. Life's awesome. Okay. Delana says, do you like Popeye the Sailor Man? Yeah, he's pretty cool. Porma2 says, my name isn't fiscally able, Matu. I get it. TD says, favorite song from Fiddler? I don't know. If I Were a Young Man, is that a Fiddler song? I kind of forget the songs. Jolly says, do you eat the sticks on lollipops after you eat the candy? No, I've never thought about doing that. Interesting. Alexander says, if you read this, it means I'm behind you. No, you're not. Harry says, have you played Hollow Knight? I have not. The first captain says, if Porma2, or I for that matter, donated, it would break our streaks. We're unique and broke or something. Yeah, you guys are both frequent cool chatters that have yet to super chat. Speed says, do you get bored of this? A little bit. Sloth says, do you know I don't have talents? Do you? I do not. Jolly says, why is your chair a chair? Because it's a chair. Also, announcement. When the timer ends, I'm ending the stream, but if you super chat, I extend the timer. Evil says, bro is gonna sleep after this. Maybe. Theme Park says bread. Bread emoji. Okay. Porma2 says freaked out emoji. Okay. Chaos says, did you recently start the stream? No, I've been going at it for 2 hours. Arda says 67. Okay. Pin says you're cool. Thank you. Alexander says bread. Okay. Dorsal says thoughts on water. I like it a lot. Well, actually, you know, compared to sugary drinks like soda, I don't drink water that much, as much as I should. Porma2 says, I'm more of a gaga ball kid. Where you have to avoid the ball, don't get touched by the ball. Jonathan says, is 2 hours enough time for you, big dog? If you're asking if I'm up for streaming more, I am. I would like to, in fact. Still says, can you play Raw Fear by 21 Pilots to win? No. The Flippin' Gambler super chatted 20 American dollars. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. The Flippin' Gambler says, your stream neighbor for me is the one who keeps saying ooh. Oh yeah, that girl that looks like the alien, like an alien. She has eye contacts and her room is all colorful. I think I know what you're talking about. No offense to her, by the way. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler, for your super chat. I appreciate it. You're the whale of this stream, if you know what that term means. You're like, this stream relies on you. You're like, thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. Let me save the stream now. Stream saved. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. Porma2 says oinku. Okay. First says, I've seen the uwu girl too, but only like once. Okay. The Potter says no pigs in chat. Okay. Zebra says cool. Okay. Still says, what if I say pretty please, twin? Please to what? Chill says, you're the best, man. Keep it up. Have a good day. Thank you, Chill. Someone says, who is the uwu girl? I don't know their name. Jolly says, how do you feel about Sasa Uwu? Who's that? Is that the uwu girl? I'm indifferent. Jonathan says, W donation. Yeah, thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. He's a big super chatter. Thank you for all of your super chats. D1 says, whoever said he's great, he doesn't believe in God. What are you saying, Jinxie? Chaos says, the Flippin' Gambler is our hero, bro. Yeah, Kay says, what's your name? Don. Steve says, hi. Hello, Steve. Lexus says, why? Why what? Good boy says, hi. Hello, good boy. Annie says, you said before that you know how to ride a unicycle. I think that's one of your talents. Yeah, I guess that is a talent, yeah. Cher says, hi, Don. I hope your evening is going well. It is. Thank you for saying that. Chicken says, no gamblers allowed. Okay. Well, I disagree. The flippin' gambler is welcome. Reptile says, send me a reptile. No. Have Faith says, I shit myself. Okay. Mallory says, period. Okay. Cyber says, I like broccoli. Okay. Rex says, are you gay with Mr. Beast? I am not gay with Mr. Beast. Chicken says, bruh. Okay. The Potter says, is Callie still lurking? I doubt it. Theme Park says, thoughts on bread? I have it like every day. I like it. Chaos says, is Don Benitez your actual full government name? No comment. Dean says, don't you get money when people send comments? If they're super chats, not just regular old comments. Jolly says, praise Vox. Okay. Lisa says, do you have a girlfriend? I keep that information private. Mallory says, I mean, he never said he wasn't gay. He said he wasn't gay with Mr. Beast. That's quite an observation. Ramsey says, Cleopatra lived closer in time to the moon landing than to the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Wow. Russ says, it's 6 a.m. I'm scared to pee. Okay. JX says, do you know bowling balls can clap? No comment. First says, $1,000 total by the end of X month equals unicycle stream. Sounds like there's people shooting guns outside my abode. Sorry. Anyways, I don't think so. Unless someone that has super chatted a lot requests it. Like if Big Dick requests it. Or the great Eric Brown. Jolly says, how do you deep fry a baby Don? No comment. No comment. Sis says, do you have a YouTube channel? I do. Forma2 says, rest in peace, Don. I think I'll be fine. I'm not so sure about the people outside. Gluck says, sad Cleopatra fact. She watched his sister being executed under Julius Caesar's orders. Wow. Numby says, do you watch anime? I don't. Chaos says, do you have an actual job? I keep my job private. Gohan says, why you have no shorts in your short feed? Why don't I make short videos? I'll get to that eventually. Theodore says, do you Jav AGF? What does Jav mean? Dancing says, so is the hair real? It is. Jolly says, plate. Okay. Cher says, do you like chocolate chip cookies or Oreos? I prefer Oreos. VVT says, do you have a job outside? Dude, I just said that I was keeping that private. Gohan says, can I remind you for my question? Yes. 2 a.m. says, you look like a Mr. Beast. I'm not so sure about that. The Flippin' Gambler says, Strickland versus Henderson main event is about to start. I'm taking under 3 rounds to end. I'll super chat if it ends before or if it unfortunately goes over. You're betting right now on a sports event, WWE or something like that, boxing, and its outcome is gonna affect if you super chat or not. or are you super chatting if either happens? I didn't really get like that, the last part. Kodo says, can you do my homework? I cannot do your homework. Millie says, what is your favorite food? I like the cheeseburger. Also, random thing, I wonder if the flippin' gambler gambles with Kalshi. VR says, play Poppy Playtime next train. What? Someone says, please Don, I need this. My mom is kinda homeless. Okay. Mutton says, what's your favorite sandwich other than cheeseburger? I like, an egg sandwich over easy eggs in a sandwich. 10BD says, hey Don, hope your night is going well. It is, thank you for saying that. First says, do you have experience with gambling or casinos? I've gambled on Kalshi once and lost. But I've also won with Kalshi, but overall I'm negative, and I don't think I'll ever gamble using predictive markets again. Dean says, I have to go to bed. Good night, twin. Good night, Dean. Daiso says, how should I tell my parents that I got a boyfriend? I don't know, dude. Just do it. Have says, if he reads this, the whole chat needs to spam me poop on floor. Okay. Mutton says, gambling markets aren't worth it. I agree. Have Faith says, if he reads this, the whole chat needs to spam. I already read that. Charles says, hi, you. Hello, Charles. Kitty says, mutton. Okay. Dark says, why don't you get a job instead? I mean, I might have a job. Deepness says, me poop on the floor. You're actually doing it? Okay. First says, my grandma is an addict. Once she asked a stranger to hold her wallet at a casino. It was obviously stolen. Wow, that was a stupid move. No offense to your grandma. Dang. That's unfortunate. Fango says, I love raw mutton. Okay. Bo says, Janet. Okay. Jolly says, how do you say Jeff? There you go. Faith says, me poop on floor. Okay. Stranger says, did you watch Stranger Things? I have not watched the whole show. Eric Brown says, no guys, stop saying ... Okay. Danielle says, neighbor. Okay. 2 a.m. says, are you emo? Well, I don't consider myself that. Izan says, I just found this stream. Okay. Blower says, keep talking, I'm almost finished. I'll talk, but not for you. Shagod says, chumps. Yeah, the dude saying me poop on floor. Mario is a chump. Bo is a chump. Hayden says, how are you today? I'm good, thank you for asking. Cole says, you're a very nice guy, and I believe you have a very nice personality. Thank you. Donut says, do you play video games, Rocket League? I've played Rocket League before. Fun game. 10 says, bunch of chumps. Yeah. Jolly says, is the future so yesterday? What? Crony says, do you remember me? I do. Glitched says, I almost got a concussion today. What happened? Did a baseball almost hit your head? Fango says, we love raw meat. Okay. Joe Dirt says, giggity, giggity. Okay. Slothy says, hi. Hello, Sloth. Duren says, you're only doing it one by one. I mean, how else would I do it? Read the chat. Theodore says, do you have a girlfriend? I keep that private. Cole says, you seem like a very nice streamer. Thank you for reading my comments. You're welcome. The first captain says, you choose my comments so often. Give the person below me a chance. You know, I actually just read it. The comment below yours is this dude who I just read, actually. Pot says, sup. Hello, Pot. Theodore says, why do you keep it private? I'm just paranoid about my personal life. Luke says, if you had to force everyone on Earth to eat one food forever, which one? I don't know. Maybe apples? River says, today is my birthday. Okay. Have says, if he reads this, the chat needs to spam rest in peace. My granny, blah blah blah. Okay. Theodore says, we won't judge you. Okay. Glitch says, I got knee to my head. I see. Joe says, what do you stand to lose? What? Ray says, woke up, still living in the best country in the world. Me too. Theodore says, what is 9 plus 10? 21. Cole says, rate my joke. Don't crack your fingers. Finger your crack. I don't like it. Fahim says, do you remember me? I don't. Bo says, Doritos. Okay. Mutna says, I'd have everyone eat bean and moose stew. Interesting choice. Shapeshifting says, I got teenage fever. Whatever that means. Stranger says he's tweaking. Okay. Diplomat says, if he reads this, the whole chat gotta say gay. That's pretty lame. Perverted says, do you remember this CD fish? No. Sang says, what's 21 plus 46? 47. No. 67. Noah says, gay but misspelled. Okay. Lexus says, trees, seeds, not dumb. What? Cole says, what are your thoughts on that vegan teacher? I don't know who they are. I just know that I think they may be a lolcow. Shelly says, why did the student eat his homework? I don't know. Kobe says, me, mod. No, who do you think you are? Block says, I am a vegan, by the way. Okay. Still says, can you take music requests because this background music is ass, twin? I disagree, but you can give me a recommendation as long as it doesn't have, lyrics. 10 says, stream is ending soon. Possibly. Parma 2 says, what's with the Sora profile picture? I don't get what you're referring to. Chaos says, when did you first swallow pills when you were a kid? I don't know. Maybe I was maybe 9. Ray says, eat the vegans. They're nasty. Okay. Parma 2 says, ban Kobe edits 67. I should do that. Why should I do that? Is Kobe edits Sora profile picture. Why? Is this image mean like he's a part of the Sinaloa cartel or something? Like, he just seems like some stupid person. I'm half being serious, by the way. Joe Dirt super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt says, today is my birthday. Happy birthday, Joe Dirt. You made me say it. Thank you for your super chat, Joe Dirt. I appreciate it. Let me extend the timer. Thank you, Joe. Fahim says, keep going, bro. I like the stream. Okay. Chino says, why do you look and sound depressed? My personality. Joe Dirt says, lol. You got me. Diplomat says, if you read this, The whole gotta say furry. That's pretty lame. Lexus says, grow, brother, Joe. Okay. Bodhi says, hi. Hello, Bodhi. Glitch says, I think the devil has horns. Well, so did I. Dude, what are you saying? Says, how you been? Good, thank you. Shalo says, so do you like K-pop, Don? I don't. Lo says, Jeff Buckley. That's a singer. Vexlo says, W. Okay. That Crystal says, what's your opinion on the idiots on this comment section? I mean, I don't hate them, but they can be annoying. Sang says, Rick roll. Okay. Noah says, remember me? I don't. Alexander says, I love you, M. Okay. Kobe says, how did you find that out? You're part of the Sinaloa cartel? Okay. Fango says, the wolves eat the animal carcass wolves. What? Still says, remember me, twin? Yeah. Alexander says, platonic. Okay. Skill says, yo, what's up and how are you? I'm good, thank you, Skill. Your boy says, what do you do for a living? Not gonna say, but I will say that, you know what? I won't say it. Vex says, I'm idiot me. Okay. Greg says, yo, Don, I'm trying to deep fry my pet hamster. Don't do that. Hollywood says, good evening, Donatello. Hello, Holly. Yuzi says, what is the timer? You can read about it in the pinned comment. Shalo says, good to be careful online actually. Yeah. Protect your personal information. Shelly says, do you want to know the reason why the student ate his homework? Yes. I've been waiting. Fahim says, what is your favorite game? Red Dead Redemption 1. John says, you're the Charlie Kirk of bad streamers. I don't know what you mean by that. Shelly says, because the teacher said it was a piece of cake. Oh, I get it. That's a cute joke. Gohan says, can I remind you my question? Just say your question. Arctic says, high five. Okay, I'll do it, Arctic. High five, Arctic. High five. Juju says, I couldn't sleep, so I'm back. Welcome back, Juju. Flop says, read my comment. There you go. Hannah says, you should smile. I'll wait for when I do it naturally. Someone says, can you put the background music as Around the World? No, the lyrics would be distracting, even though it's very repetitive, and I would get a copyright strike. Raid says hi. Hello, Raid. Luke says, thoughts on the people who are always asking if you remember them. I get annoyed by them, but, I don't hate them, It's not a big deal, but I am annoyed. Gohan says, I forgot my question. Funny. Aiden says, you may not remember me, but these comments aren't as stupid as the last. Okay. The Flippin' Gambler super chatted 20 American dollars. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. I didn't notice that the timer was getting low, actually. Wow. You saved the stream again. The Flippin' Gambler says, stream would end before third round, so had to comment early. It's UFC, by the way. Okay. Thank you, Gambler, for super chatting even though that event isn't over. Yeah, it's UFC, not boxing, not WWE. UFC, got it. Thank you. I wonder who's gonna win. You didn't say who you were betting on. Well, I don't think you did. I wonder who you're betting on. Thank you, Gambler. I appreciate it. Let me extend the stream. Time extended. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler, for saving the stream. And yeah. Never mind. Jamie says, who's your favorite singer? Maybe Tom York. Juju says, do you ever experience insomnia? I do not, thankfully. Annie says, what legacy are you building? Hopefully not the legacy of a lolcow. Maybe, I don't know, just a cool creator. Fango says, if you read this, say rest in peace, the legend Technoblade. There you go. Thank you again, Gambler. I really do appreciate it. I want to just, thank you multiple times, but, it'd be a disservice to the stream if I just, kept on saying thank you. Vex says, do you like Geometry Dash? Yeah, it's a fun game. His Creation says hi. Hello, His Creation. Jonathan says, thank you, Mr. Gamblers. Yeah. Kobe says, Tom York sucks. Now make me mod. No. Annie says, what makes you relax instantly? Rain. Stranger says, what was your last dream about? I remember I was in the game Red Dead as if it was real life. Jolly says, are we Charlie Kirk? Do we carry the flame? You're saying lyrics? Okay. Onyx says, Weston House Roku TV. Okay. Shelly says, Roxane or Glam Rock? Glam Rock. I don't know what I'm saying, but Glam Rock. 10 says, do you ever dream about comments? Surprisingly, no. Cole says, it's been 2,218 days since Black Mamba opened his eyes. That's intense. Still says, when was the last time you showered? It was like, I don't know, maybe a dozen hours ago. Muntness says, do you have a favorite stand-up comic? Norm MacDonald. Fahim says, what's your favorite movie? A movie I like is Children of Paradise. Chaos says, am I the new chaos of dinosaurs? What does that mean, dude? Nobody knows what you're talking about. Somebody says, stop asking weird questions. Weird. Okay. Attractive says, do you ever blink? I hope so. Theodore says, are you my dad? No. The Flippin' Gambler super chatted 20 American dollars. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. The Flippin' Gambler says, was betting on the underdog, Strickland. He won as soon as I sent the last message halfway through the third round. No thanks needed, by the way. I enjoy that you aren't fake and do crazy shenanigans for the supers. You enjoy that I'm not fake. Thank you. I try not to be fake. Yeah, I appreciate it. And you won your bet. That's awesome. Good for you, the Flippin' Gambler. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Thank you so much, the Flippin' Gambler. Strickland won. Philique says, say pickle. There you go. Shelly says, basketball or soccer? I prefer basketball. Muttness says, he must have bet a lot if he super chatted 40. Yeah. Must have been hundreds, I'm guessing. Greg says, TFG is saving the chat. Yeah, we're at 38 minutes now. It was like a 2 minutes a second ago. Jolly says, we see you have not connected this TV to the internet. Click the network settings button to connect you to over 250 plus free channels. Okay. Jonathan says W donation. Yeah. Vex says, what sport did you like the most as a kid? I liked soccer. First says, the Flippin' Gambler needs a name change to the Flippin' Donator. I guess that would be appropriate. Juju says Tom York. That's who I said. Reed says W. Don't know. Right. Dancing says, did you know I ate a pickle? Well, now I know. Jolly says at dime. No. Okay. The Potter says, I always score good marks in history. Nice. Jeremiah says, is it curved? Is my penis curved? No comment. Eva says, I'm eating a deformed chicken fetus. Okay. Fango says, Don Pero. Okay. Annie says, if you had a pause life button, when would you press it? When would I press it? I mean, maybe when I was driving, because, you know, it would make driving safer if I could just pause everything and analyze what's happening. King says, I'm bald too. Okay. Reed says, is school good? I don't really think so. Dime says, what is your jerkmate rank? For real, for real. I'm not on jerkmate. Cole says, what is your favorite sport? I like Rainbow Six Siege ranked. Mutton says, you would want a real life click remote? I don't think so. 10 says, the Gooners are taking over the chat. Okay. Juju says, oh, I know who that is. Should I give him a try? Yeah, I mean, his band Radiohead is extremely famous, and I think, you know, it's for an appropriate reason. Reed says, I love Rainbow Six Siege. Yeah, it's a good game. Vex says, what is your favorite food/fruit? Fruit, the orange. Robert says, how will we support our community? By not littering. Shelly says pink or cyan. Cyan. Greg says, also Don, I finished eating my deep fried pet hamster. Okay. Lexa says, it done next gen from Gen Z. What are you saying, man? Gohan says, should I change my profile picture? Yes, I don't even know what I'm looking at currently. Fahim says, who's your favorite singer? I just was asked that. Tough luck. King says, just saying that I am a bald man with option. Okay. Cole says, what I mean, like baseball, basketball. Basketball. Ash says, have you ever watched Stranger Things? I liked the character Billy. Juju says, eating hamsters is something you do in the Sims games. You can do that in that game? Wow. Wow. 10 says, cyanide or happiness? Happiness. Annie says, if chairs could talk, which chair in the world would tell the best stories? I don't know, maybe the throne, a throne that belongs to, you know, the King of England / Queen. Greg says, well, I'm in the Sims universe. Okay. First says, I finished Stranger Things last night. The ending wasn't as disappointing as critics say. Huh, okay. That I think you have an unusual opinion. McFly says, how do you rather be homeless and handsome or covered in hair like an ape? I don't know. I really don't know, dude. Gohan says, what if I don't want to change my profile picture? Then don't change it. 10 says, did you ever watch Wreck-It Ralph? Yes, yes. Reed says, dogs or cats? Dogs. Tucker says, go to sleep, bro. No. Yusuf says, attempt 7. I'm back, Don. Hi. Ash says, the ending of Stranger Things was sad. Okay. Panther says, I love eating hamsters for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Okay. Still says, for real though, BRB twin. Okay, see you in a second. Dime says, what's your Chatterbait score if you don't got a Jerkmate one? I don't use either of those websites. Shelly says, what can go fast but can never stop? The Earth, like the planet. The Potter says, Don, I was seeing a theory that Dubois capacity to hold the airplane. Yeah, it's crazy that she was able to, hold it. 10 says, Slay the Spire 2 releases March 5th. Okay. Shelly says, A River. Okay. Shagod says, Kim Kardashian's chair. Okay. King says, it's fascinating how much more people have been affected. What are you saying, man? What are you saying? Tucker says, please go to sleep, bro. I'm not tired. Fango says, what are your thoughts on Predator Badlands? What's that? Adrian says, hello, I'm a fan from Mars. Hi. Gohan says, just get to the point. Me holding up a point sign. Okay. The Potter says, Don, did you watch the Madagascar movie recently? No, it's been a long time. Yusuf says, I changed my profile yesterday. Okay. Arda says 67. Okay. Gon says, how do you deal with lust? I need advice. Well, one advice for pornography is to be on your computer in public. Like, if you're gonna watch YouTube or if you're gonna do homework on if you gotta do homework on your computer, do all of that stuff on a laptop in like a college library as opposed to your home, so that you can't watch pornography. A says, do you have a girlfriend and what is their name? I keep that private. Morrow says, sup. Hello, Morrow. YS says, no more caffeine, bro. No promises. Gage says, bro, are you okay? I am. Jonathan says, sorry for the non-robust comments. I was shopping for my mom's birthday. That's awesome. Atomic says, support? What? Gon says, thanks, Don. You're welcome. Multi-subconscious says, Dakota Sky or Emily Willis. I'm pretty sure, I know Emily is a pornographer, so I'm guessing Dakota is a pornographer too. I'm not choosing. 10 says, happy birthday, Joe Dirt. Yeah. Greg says, Don, did you watch The Incredibles? I have. Dime says, block the websites. Yeah, that's a good method. YS says, when was the last time you slept? I don't know, dude, but I mean, I do know. It's been like, I don't know, a dozen hours. Porma2 says, Dakota Sky is ball knowledge, but Emily is iconic. Okay, dude. Onyx says, Westinghouse, Roku TV versus Hisense. Okay. Mark says, I am back. I must subscribe to the stream if you get this question right. I don't care. Boot says, why do you look like Spider-Man? I don't look like that. 1 million super chatted $2 American. Thank you, 1 million. 1 million says top 5 favorite movies or shows. I like the movie Eyes Wide Shut. The movie Barry Lyndon. I remember watching the show Billions, and I enjoyed that. There's not much action in it. It's just people being witty in conversation. I also have enjoyed watching the new show Pluribus that came out less than a year from now. That was some, stuff that I like. Thank you, 1 million, for your super chat. Let me extend the timer on your behalf. Time extended. Cole says, your streams bring me so much joy. Thank you, Cole. Jolly says, Yuri or Yowie? I don't dabble in any of that. YS says, do you prefer chicken wings to a homeless guy on the streets of LA? Oh, I mean, I don't know, man. Forma2 says Yowie FS. Okay. Gohan says, get hydrated because we are going to Mount Everest. I should do that. Jonathan says, what do you think Carol's going to do with the nuke in Pluribus? I have no idea. I wonder. I mean, I think it'll eventually be used, actually. That's my opinion. I think she will actually use it, not bluffing. Porma2 says, did you see that guy who gave homeless people booze and machetes? Kinda boss. I did see that, yeah. I saw that TikTok or YouTube short. Seamus says, do you like Gatorade? If so, which flavor is your favorite? Blue. Innie says, what's the silliest thing you've argued about? Silliest thing? I don't know. I'm not too sure, sorry. Gohan says, do you believe in God? If so, can I donate 5? I do believe in God. Give me a $5 super chat. I'm just kidding. I don't believe in God. Sorry. Yeah. Atomic says, sup, I meant. Hello, Atomic. Attractive says, bro, go to sleep, your eyes are pink. No, I'm fine. Juju says, also, advice, remind yourself of the end goal and what you want in life when the thoughts come up. Yeah, that's solid lust advice. Illy says, Labubu Dubai chocolate feces. Okay. Night Slayer says, sup Don. Hello, Night Slayer. User says, in an SMP in Minecraft, I will recruit 10 people. Okay, dude. Moto says L. Okay. Fango says Predator Badlands is the new Predator movie. It probably sucks because, you know, when there's just sequels and sequels of something, it usually sucks. Jolly says, do you like MLP are aware of its existence? What are you saying? Kanye says, will you be my dad? No. Shelly says, would you rather watch It, The Dancing Clown, or Home Alone? It. Dottie says, tell Zach I love him. Rest in peace. I forget who Zach is. Porma2 says, My Little Pony. Oh, the MLP thing is a pony from that show? Okay, I don't watch that show, so. No longer says, I had a bunch of Caesars at home, went to the hospital, and came home. My dogs got in a fight. Wow, that's a lot of bad stuff happening, sorry. Dottie says, I gotta go pee. Okay. Gohan says, my mom is making me dinner. Okay. Random says, am I classified as half of a OG? No. Jonathan says, it's a good turn your brain off kind of movie. Predator Badlands, I see. I mean, I enjoy every movie I see, you know. Every, like, but I see what you're saying. Porma2 says, Dottie has a UTI. Okay. AJ says, low don boxers or briefs? I like boxers. Juju says, I can't picture you watching My Little Pony. Yeah, that would be weird. And I think it's weird also for me to watch Bluey. No offense though for people that do that. As, like, you know, when they're adults. Boot says you're boring. Okay. Official says sup. Hello. Official. Ghost says hi, I'm new here. Hello, Ghost. Stranger says, what do you think of my profile picture? I don't know what I'm looking at. It looks like Hassan Piker. Dottie says, I'm in pain. Sorry. AJ says, Low Don, ever read any Mercedes Lackey books? No. Ballastier says, Donnie, read this for my pleasure. There you go. Lost says, I used to watch My Little Pony back in the day when I was younger. I can't believe it. I was just a young, cringe kid. I see. I mean, it matches your profile picture, if I'm going to be honest. Juju says, I gave Bluey a try and I didn't like it. Okay. Multi says, do you have favorite classical music composers? What's that dude's name? The dude that, oh, Chopin. Jonathan says, thanks for not being a brony. You're welcome. Greg says, what do you think about my profile picture? I think it's low effort and boring, and it's not cute for it to be low effort. I don't like Dream's profile picture either. Jonathan says Mozart. Yeah, definitely Mozart. Gohan says, can you say hi to my mom, please? Hello, Gohan's mom. First says, my friend convinced me to join MLP Club my senior year of high school. It was like D&D but ponies. That's pretty weird. No offense. Lost says, I don't think I was a brony. I just enjoyed a good cartoon with my sister. Oh, well, I guess that makes things less weird in my opinion. With your sister, it's like bonding. That's nice. Wow says, you're not the only one who's tired of the 6-7. Okay. Arctic says, are you an SCP? No, I'm just a normal human. Chaos says, can you play Mice on Venus for the background music? No, that's overplayed. Annie says, what was your I'm too smart for this moment? Too smart for this moment. I remember transferring schools once and breezing through the schoolwork and thinking, I'm too smart. Dottie says, I need Jesus. How can I be a normal person? I don't know. Base says, okay. Hayden says, hi, I'm new here. What do you do in your lives? Just this. Just read messages. The Potter says, oldest person ever lived was Gene. Lived to be 122. Wow. Juju says, I think the background music matches the stream perfectly. Nice, I'm glad. Gohan, is YouTube crashing again? I don't think so. Ash says, Predator Badlands is basically just a movie that has this creature or I've watched the original Predator, dude. Gohan says, is YouTube crashing again? I don't think so. Annie says, I guess you don't want to share your plan. Sorry, I don't get it. Atomic says, Lynx deodorant or police cologne? I'm not familiar with either. Eric says, what are the two numbers after after 5? It's the numbers that the kids of today are obsessed with. Wei says, is this a rerun? No, we're live. Shelly says, dogs or cats? Dogs. Jonathan says, do you have a nuke? Don, I don't. Stranger says, do you like a byler? I don't know what that is. First says, the flower type yellow violets feels like a contradiction of nature. Yeah, it does. TL says, what country you live by? I live in the USA. Annie says, I keep asking, what's your secret world domination plan, but you don't pick it. Huh. I wonder if YouTube is automatically censoring that message because I don't recall ever seeing it. Fango says, I don't like that Alien 3 change. What are you saying, man? Danil says hi. Hello, Danil. Dottie says, Don, your hair looks lovely tonight. Thank you. Chaos says, can you play? I already answered that. Spidey says, you sound depressed. Okay. Biggest says, hoi. Hello, Biggest. Real says, what's your favorite food? The cheeseburger. Kazim says, what's your favorite sport? Basketball. Adored says, why do I feel like you're held at gunpoint? I am pretty monotone. Braver says, what do you think about today's questions so far? To be honest, I don't focus too much on like, has today's questions been good? Like, has today's questions been boring? Every stream kind of seems like the same to me. Off says same. I also love basketball. Okay. Way says, are you a comedian? I am not. Forma2 says, what do you want? Like, what questions do I want? I don't know. 2 Gray says, how do I eat an ice cream with my teeth? I mean, there's no teeth needed for that. I don't know why you want that. Kyra says, how old are you, an adult? Braver says, really? I don't see it that way. I mean, maybe if I was a viewer, I could tell, but Ramsey Kill C super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Ramsey. Ramsey says, octopuses have 9 brains. 8 puss, well, their name. Octopuses have 9 brains, 8 pusses. There's no way they have 8 genitals, but 9 brains? Wow. Thank you for your super chat, Ramsey. Let me extend the timer. Time extended, thank you. Innie says, YouTube is being weird and buggy recently. That's unfortunate. Forma2 says, how many people could fit underneath your desk? I have an idea. 3. Shelly says, do you like my new profile picture? I'm looking at it. I don't know what I'm looking at. I can't tell. Kyra says, yoy. What? Lexus says poison. Okay. TJ says, what's up, cool bro? Hello, TJ. Tawan says, emoji cat heat or not? What? Lexus says, I got 10. What are you saying? Julia says, guess my dog's name. My guess is Fido. Multi-subconscious says, do you need help with something? No. Is there a reason you're asking? Gohan says, actually, someone actually poured the milk. Okay, whatever. Jonathan says, yes, it is largely correct to say octopuses have 9 brains. It's more accurate though to say it is a highly decentralized nervous system. Okay. The 9 brains thing isn't completely accurate. Okay. Sunshine says, if you played hide and seek as a kid, what was your go-to hiding spot? Go-to? I don't remember. Way says, are you the Rizzler? I am not. John says, do you have any counterfeit coupons? I don't. Fango says, alien or predator? I like alien too. Lexus says, sunny boy. What? Speak properly, Lexus. Eric says, inti, whatever that means. Marty says, Para, you ever shut up? When I'm not streaming. 2 Gray says, I pour my milk before the cereal. It just makes sense. That's pretty weird. AJ says, I hotboxed inside the school bathroom. Okay. Muttness says, if you were in Pluribus, would you isolate yourself or use them to get what you wanted? To get what I wanted. Squilliam says, day 30 of asking Don, how's life? Great, thank you for asking. Neck says, you always so awkward? Am I always this way on stream? Yeah. Shapeshifting says, would you rather play on the swings or the sand pit? Both. I remember both. I remember digging holes in the sand pit. Stranger says, Byler is Mike Wheeler. Okay. Innie says, if you are a superhero, who would you want as a sidekick? As a sidekick? I don't know. I heard Robin is a good sidekick. Base says, do you think my profile picture is nice? It looks like a cartoon. I'm not too into cartoons, so not my style. The Potter says, Ston, someone is deleting again. Is that true? There's a moderator deleting messages. I don't think so. Maybe people are just deleting their own messages. Greg says, Dawn, should I do a face reveal with my profile picture? No. Adrian says, Hamoud or Habibi? Well, I don't know what Hamoud means, so Habibi. Habibi means brother or loved one, I think. Nice says, do you like dirt bikes? I don't. Derpy says, do you like Star Wars? Yeah. Way says, what's the meaning of life? To make babies. Ray says, which state would you rather live in? Well, I'll say that I haven't been to New Orleans, but I'm curious about what that place is like. Innie says, what's the most ridiculous compliment you've ever received? I'm not too sure, sorry. Juju says, did Spunky ever show up? Nope. Lexus says, I'm dark, please be Luke Walker. Okay. Sunshine says, how many countries have you been to? 2. Spidey says, hello, do you have a favorite basketball player? I don't. Eric says, do you know Cat's Eye? I don't. Why are people obsessed with Cat's Eye? How is it this popular? I don't know what Cat's Eye is, but I hate it. Gohan says, when should I change my newest profile picture? You should change your profile picture now. Braver says, I made the mistake of telling my classmates that I would agitate and rile up this dog and would chase me around the block. You are copying me. Dottie says, don't kink shame. Okay. N says, you are crazy. Okay. Way says, this is just a break for your brain. You're welcome. Thank you. Jonathan says, do you think that transmitting DNA sequencing over high baseline interferometry would be a good way for humans to be an interstellar species? I don't know. Ask NASA. Mavic says, shut up, Mom. Silence from you. Okay. Gavin says, when was the last time you took a shower? 12 hours ago. DJ says KFC or Popeyes? KFC. Innie says, I know I'll regret this moment you secretly enjoy. I know I'll regret this. Sometimes I order food knowing I probably won't like it, but I just do it anyways. Thrift says New Orleans is not a state. That's correct. But, it was like adjacent, kind of related to that what that guy was asking. Forma2 says Dawn smell. Okay. Autumn super chatted $5 Thank you, Autumn. Autumn Loudy 3027. Autumn says, Dawn, due to collector Nick, I am a big fan. I find myself and even him saying things from the past. Him saying things from the streams of past. Keep doing great, kid. Okay. I find myself and even him saying things from the streams of past. Okay, so it seems to me that you're a friend of Collector Nick's, and you guys have inside jokes or voice lines that you say that are connected to the stream. That's pretty cool. I wonder if you guys condemn each other. Thank you, Autumn. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. I appreciate it, Autumn. Eric says, if you had a band, how many members would it have? Mine will be 7 to 9. I don't know. Maybe 5. A says, if it gets warmer, the closer you get. What are you saying? Jonathan says W cat profile picture. Yeah, W Autumn's cat profile picture. That's like one of my favorite cat profile pictures I've seen because you really see the adorable eyes. The Potter says I condemn all muggles. Okay. Dottie says 100. That's a fake super chat. My name says, why do you waste your time? I don't think this is, completely wasting time. James says, what do you think of the movie Back to the Future? Is there more behind the movie? Did the Freemasons make Back to the Future and put predictive programming for 9/11? I don't think so. Lost says, if I had a band, it would only be me and the drummer. I already play an 8-string guitar, no need for a bass player. Okay. Wolfie says, pee your pants. Okay. Dottie says 100. Okay. Fake super chat. Night Slayer says, what's the drink for tonight? Just Coke. Gavin says, do you love your mom or dad more? I'm not choosing one, dude. Utah says, Canada is going to win. Okay. Raz says, pow, wow, wow. Okay. Innie says, do you order something new to try or something you ate before that makes you feel this way? I've ordered I've ordered something, thought it was bad, and then ordered it again thinking like maybe it won't taste so bad this time, but it still tastes bad. Gohan says, I'll change my profile picture if someone donates a 20 donation. Okay. My name says, why your time? I mean, I'm getting paid actually, so I think that combats the, wasting time thing a little bit at least. Biggest says, are you gay? I'm not. Fango says, why do people argue over if Alien or Predator wins? I don't know. I don't care either. The Potter says, Dawn, I swear I saw a message being deleted. I checked and I see none of that. I do see a person deleting their own message. Eacker says, next person to ask if Dawn is gay is actually gay. Okay. I wonder who's gonna... Gohan says $20. Okay. Sunshine says, you are less smiley today. Is everything good? Yes. Porma2 says, you should pursue a heterosexual aesthetic. To be honest, I'm fine with a gay aesthetic, if you will. Ezra says, I am gay though. Okay. Ashley says, are you gay? I guess Ashley is gay according to Eacker. Chaos says, do you like my profile picture? I don't even know what I'm looking at. Lucas says, Lucas donated $5. Okay, fake super chat. EJ says, free smile with every $10. That's right. Annie says, what's a phrase that always makes you grin no matter what? I mean, I think the meme, the meme of the lion rapes the small dog when it barks, makes me grin. Maybe I shouldn't be grinning. Maybe it's a dark thing to be like a messed up meme. Asian says tongue to her. Okay. Biggest says, do you goon? No comment. Alexis says ha ha ha. Okay. Mysterious says hi. Hello, Mysterious. Dottie says Tinder isn't working for me. Okay. Steep says, my Zat identifies as Siamese but acts Chinese. No comment. Porma2 says, the lion doesn't concern himself with the perception of others. I guess I'm not a lion. Eric says, have you ever met someone who was called a red flag? No. Fung says, I like every animal. Okay. The Potter says dog emoji, blood emoji, lion emoji. That's an interesting emoji combination. The blood? That's... okay. Alright, the botter. Nathan says, hi, I'm from yesterday's stream. Welcome. Aveline says, are you homophobic? I am not. Raz says, you happy? Yeah. Dottie says, Don likes blood. I mean, I don't think it was exactly, like, representing blood. I think it was, representing rape, so... Eric says, Philippines flag. I think that's the Philippines flag. Shelly says, do you like my profile picture? I don't know what I'm looking at. It looks like the floor. Oh, it's actually a dog. It was blending in with the floor. Cute dog. Akka says hi. Hello, Akka. Tracy says, do you have a mom? Yes. Theodore says, he goons. Okay. Jonathan says, if I had a band, it would consist of extra universal beings existing outside temporal space-time. Wow. Joe OG super chatted $5 American. Thank you, Joe OG. Joe OG says, did you see the new Budweiser commercial with the Colt and Baby Eagle? Checking out. Best commercial I've ever seen. Joan from Canada. I did not see that. I don't watch TV or, voluntarily watch commercials on YouTube, but I will make a note of that commercial and watch it after the stream. Budweiser Colt commercial. Let me click images and see what I see. Right now I see a horse rolling a barrel. Kind of looks like that scene from Breaking Bad. But I'll watch the whole commercial later. Thank you for your super chat, Joe OG. Dottie says, can you watch me after stream? No. And because of your super chat, let me extend the timer. Time extended. Thank you. I did watch the Redfin commercial though for Super Bowl because they were offering $1 million house. Like there was a scavenger hunt connected to the video, the commercial. Jonathan says W super chat. Yeah, W. Spunky Gooner super chatted $10 American. Thank you, Spunky Gooner. Spunky Gooner says, is it even worth donating? I feel the end coming. Have you forgotten me yet, Don? I have not forgotten you. Let me extend the timer before I forget. Thank you, Spunky. I appreciate it. Is it even worth donating? I mean, for my streams often hover around 20 minutes, even though it gets deathly close to the end. People usually keep on donating, so I think it's worth it. Yeah. Have you forgotten me? By the way, I of course haven't. But by the way, I was watching Kevin Yellow's stream, and I remember seeing you comment. I remember you wrote, what that mouth do, because they were looking at a fish plushie. Thank you, Spunky. Luna says, do you know what a Therian is? Yeah, unfortunately. Wei says, you have only one video on your channel. Why? Because I hide my past streams. Also, Spunky, of course, let me make you mod. Spunky, mod. Spunky, you are now a mod. I want to say the word monkey, so I'm saying it right now. Monkey. Z says, send prayers, my grandma got hit by a bazooka. Sorry. First says, they donated and got exposed for being freaky in an entire different chat. Oh yeah, I guess I did expose them. I mean, their name, kind of already incriminates them for being a freak. Palado says, what is your favorite number? 24. Marrow says, why did someone write bark? I don't know. Shelly says, red or blood red? Blood red. Hina says, what does parasocial mean? Why don't you search it up on the internet? PB says, do you know who Confucius is? Some Chinese philosopher dude. Someone who is less cool than Sun Tzu. Dottie says my videos are age appropriate. Okay. Sobro says, if you got the choice to reincarnate as any animal, what animal would you choose? I remember one dude, when I had gotten this question before, said they'd want to be a bird. Being a bird might be pretty cool. Heather says, is it possible we are being on purpose with metals and plastic being poisoned? Maybe. Quinn says, if it was your last day on Earth, what would you do? I don't know, just chill with family members. McFly says, had you rather have a beautiful proportioned woman with tons of cellulite, or a girl with a gorgeous face but with cystic acne? Gorgeous face. Spunky says, what that mouth do? Oh, okay. Spunky Gooner. No comment. Napal says, I think he means intoxicated. Okay. Innie says, what's a harmless lie you wish everyone would believe? Harmless lie. Harmless lie. I don't know. Not too sure. Nepal says, do you think you look alike on this planet, doppelganger? I think I vaguely look like the guy that made the first YouTube video. Jonathan says, if you were disjointed from current timeline and past, present, and future happening simultaneously, what would be your most visited moment? Most visited? I don't know. Maybe, hanging out with family members. First says, what the mouth do? Talk. The mouth talks. Yeah, it does. Also, Jonathan, maybe visiting dead family members. Raz says gooning is bad. Okay. Lena says, hey Don, how's everything going with you? Great, thank you, Lena. Nap says, you butchered my comment. It was written right, but okay. Sorry, that happens sometimes. Gohan says, if someone donated 20, I will change my profile picture. I don't think people care about that incentive too much. Charlie says, do you play any Roblox? I played Natural Disasters a decade ago. Heather says, I'm on a couch, dude, with a bunch of other people. My daughter wants to know if she should have a strawberry Pop-Tart or an Oreo Pop-Tart. I say strawberry. I think that'll taste better. Autumn super chatted $5 Thank you, Autumn. Autumn says, Collector and I are actually dating in real life. He got me into you and your streams and good one-liner jokes, and it's a hard habit to break. Okay, cool. I did not know about this lore. Nick Collector has a girlfriend that watches me. There's a couple that watches me, and you're the girlfriend. That's cool. Thank you for your super chat, Autumn. I appreciate it. Let me extend the timer. Again, nice, cute cat. Lena says, Don, have you ever noticed some unusual people at the store? Yeah. Q says, I'm gay, but is it okay? Yeah, it's okay. Jonathan says, W lore and W super chat. Yeah, thank you, Autumn. Autumn and Nick sitting in a tree. Spunky says, funny you saw me in another stream. I've become accustomed to entering very small channels' lives and using my 23 alts to make them rage quit. Okay. I wonder what your alts are, because maybe I've seen them, I peruse YouTube vertical streams as well. Gohan says, if Spunky donates a 20 donation, I will change my profile picture. I don't think he really cares. Sob says, what's an interesting fact you learnt lately? The fact of octopuses having like 9 brains is not completely accurate. It's more of like a nervous system. Jack says, that means he has 23 emails. No, it doesn't. You can have multiple channels connected to just one email. Lena says, what would you do if you got super chatted $1,000? I would stream for a long time and be extremely grateful. Jonathan says, thanks for remembering, my man. I don't know what you're referring to. Sorry. Mr. Coolio says, I'm so cool. Okay. Dottie says, I am spunky, alt account. I don't believe that. Eli says, caca. Okay. Lexus says, what puts dog down? Answer anyone. What? Way says, what's the longest stream you have done in the future? What? Jonathan says, octopus fact. Oh, you're the dude that red pilled me on that fact. Thank you. And he says, what would you do first as president? Travel around. Spunky says, you've probably seen me got some little kid to literally destroy their phone with all my alts by telling them wolves are fake. I see. That's okay. That's interesting. I haven't seen that though, but that story's interesting. Porma2 says, I am Shapeshifting's main account. I doubt it. I mean, it's not completely, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I can see that being possible. 10 says, that's a little weird to be admitting. Okay, yeah, I guess it was a little weird, but I don't care too much about what Spunky did. Better says, I am Porma2's side profile. Okay. Game says, what would you do if you won the lottery? I would go to Machu Picchu. Asayake says, recently I learned a shortcut to quickly convert between Fahrenheit and Celsius without using a calculator. That's interesting. I wonder what the shortcut is. Nap says, if you were someone else, Way would be your first perception of yourself. What are you saying, man? Pat says, do you have more than one of that shirt? I do. John says, I play Steal a Brain Rot. Okay. Ban says, would you give me a shout out? No. Way says, if you had infinite money, would you still stream? I think I would, but not as often. Much less often. Yacker says, shut the fuck up, Dottie. You make us all collectively dumber every time you post. Okay. E-Man says, bro, it's late. Okay. Annie says, what's the thing you've noticed about humans that everyone's kind of a hypocrite? Joe says, 1 pound x 2.2 equals kg. Oh, okay, that's a shortcut. 1 pound multiplied by 2.2 equals, it converts it to kilograms. That's cool. Thank you. I'll probably forget that though, because I don't really use measurements like that too often. Way says, say nothing for 3 seconds. No. Cake Eater super chatted 10 American dollars. Cake Eater, I'm just distracted by your profile picture, like your account, Cake Eater 6969 with an Elsa profile picture, rainbow in the background. That's quite the disguise. I mean, Cake Eater says, here's an alt, very unassuming, but gets the job done. Don't worry about making this one a mod. We'll be back on Spunky Gooner. Thank you, Cake Eater / Spunky Gooner. I like your profile. Cake Eater 6969. I like it. I mean, I've done stuff like that as well, like have multiple alt accounts and troll. So I'm kind of like, I'm connected to this. Like thank you, Spunky Gunner. I appreciate it. Let me extend the time. There we go. Thanks. Way says, I feel like Cake Eater is gay. Okay. Aveline says, can you sing the whole Let It Go song? No. Dowdy says, ban Yacker. No. Joe says, you troll a little bit. Probably for the worst though. I probably should not do that. Shelly says, I am a human calculator. If you don't believe me, ask a question. What is 33 times 33? Braver says, is there another language you're interested in learning? Spanish. Better says, Spunky Gunner, show all your alt accounts to extend time. I don't accept that deal, but that would be kind of cool, I think. King says, I got a riddle for you. What has teeth but cannot bite? I don't know. Shelly says 33 times 3. I said 33 times 33. 33 squared. Lexus says a rock. Okay. Way says, am I the only person with one alt account? I don't know. In and Out says, legend has returned. Hello, In and Out. It's been a while since I've seen you here. By the way, I had a In and Out cheeseburger a few days ago. Better says, I thought you were part Spanish. You don't speak it. You inserted a stutter in your message. You don't speak it. Yeah, I don't. I had the opportunity to learn it because, there's some people in my family that know it, but I wasn't interested, but now I am. Jonathan says, is this the dimension where the chief universal operator came back with no temporal time omnipresence to redeem his creation back? I don't know, man. I'm lost. Better says, I'll insert you as a stutter. What? Any says, what makes you smile even on a bad day? Seeing an old friend. John says 67. Okay. The Rift says Arizona, Nevada, Texas, Utah, Oregon, blah blah blah. I know what you're doing. Huh. In and Out says, a In and Out cheeseburger. We are living in blessed and promised times. Okay. Print says 67. Okay. JP says, what's your favorite dinosaur? I like, one of them is the Stegosaurus. Braver says, no more like one away from San Francisco. No comment. Ali says, someone donate. Or not. Way says, should we like and subscribe? If you want to. And feel free to dislike. Utah says, mail me an In-N-Out milkshake, please. No. Void says N8. Okay. Jonathan says, that's okay, my guy. Universe are hard to fully understand. It is. I don't think it's even possible. Fur says, hello, Ali the AI. Yes, the great Ali the AI is here. Slot says, forget about me yet, Don? Yes. King says, I disliked because you told me to. Sounds good. Sunshine says, 33 times 33 is 1089. That's correct. Banana says, can you please let me out your basement? You're not there. Bananas, I already read that. Sob says, if you were a powerful leader, what's the first thing you would do? Well, I would not make a harem like Kim Jong-un did. Kim Jong-un has a harem of like 1,000 young women. That seems wrong. 10 says, OMG, why are you in his basement? There's nobody in my basement. Better says, please visit David Dobrik. No, I'm not a fan. Annie says, what's a random act of kindness you love to witness? Love to witness? I mean, it's always heartwarming to see, you know, dad, like parents with their kids, moms with their kids, holding hands. It's cute. Jonathan says, the plot to Invisible. Okay. Slot says, you told me a few minutes ago you hadn't forgot about me. I doubt that. Hadge says, I love Femboy. Okay. First says, they're in his basement looking for oats. Okay. Spit says, I drank melted plutonium toxin. What do I do? I don't know. The only plutonium that I know of is what I use to play Black Ops 2. Annie says, what's a memory that still makes you giggle? Makes me giggle. I remember, I can't say it. Shagod says, are we living inside a simulation? No, we're not. Flop says, Slot Mafia, shut up. Okay. Porma2 says, okay, Don, humble brag. Okay. Hamza says, do you remember me when I asked you if you liked Ronaldo? No, not at all. I get that question 30 times every stream. The Big Back says, do you consider yourself dumb? I mean, I don't think my IQ is in the 70s or low 80s, so I think on a technical level, I don't think I'm dumb. Com says, what country is your last name from? I think it might be Spain. Braver says, forget I ever asked that comment. I already forgot. Elias says, hi man, I'm back. Hello. William says, bruh. Okay. Charlie says, do you have a dog? I do. Poor Matu says, Don thinks I'm dumb. You have a IQ that's, you know, in the low 80s or lower. No offense, by the way. Slot says, see, my alts are very unassuming, so unassuming you forgot about me, Don. Okay, it's the Spunky Gooner. I mean, I did not recognize your typing style. Ali the AI says, simulation theory relies on us either being in the first iteration or the last iteration, so it's highly improbable. I mean, I just don't care about, you know, that theory too much. Like, what difference does it make? Like, and it seems impossible to like participate in the debate. Like, what even evidence or like it's just so out of this world. Porma2 says, aim, Gus, bung, hinges, Bing. What are you saying? Gone says, you're a simulation. Okay. Zephyr says, I got to go to school. Bye. Bye, Zephyr. Sawbroid K. Sawbroid super chatted 7 AED. I appreciate it, Sawbroid. Sawbroid says, hey Don, before I head out, your hairdo is great. Thank you, Sawbroid, with your Roblox profile picture. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Void says, hi, how was your day? Good, but yeah, good. Thank you for asking. Killa for 20 super chatted $5 American dollars. Thank you, Killa. I see you're back at it at your super chats with no message. I appreciate it, Killa. Killa for 20. Let me extend the timer. Extended. Gone says, what the hell is AED money? I don't know. I think it may be United Arab Emirates money? Can someone tell me? Catherine says, his name is so, bro, I don't know. Oh, so, bro, I don't know. I see. I get it now. Jen says, do you find yourself attractive? No. Porma2 says, that's United Arab Emirates. I was right. You could have just said that I was right. First Captain says, typing style? I forgot that existed, let alone a streamer being able to even vaguely recognize a chatters. I mean, I'm able to do that. I remember Porma2 messaged me on Discord, and he didn't tell me who he was. And I knew it was him. I eventually found out for sure because I saw his, like, profile picture, but I saw from the typing stuff. Elias says, is 67 not cool or annoying? It's, I don't mind it, actually. Catherine says, be more confident. Thank you. Ego says, Charlie Kirky. What? Void says, EAD is 23 cents in US. Okay. Innie says, why do you feel like that? You should love yourself. I mean, I don't hate myself. Porma2 says, I had a long con going to. You were trying to trick me, or you were happy that you were anonymous? Okay. Kid says, why do you sit there and do something? I think this is doing something. Better says, what did Porma2 say in his message? I don't remember, but I will say that he did send me a bunch of Cyrax videos, most recently in our DMs, which Cyrax is a lolcow, and I watched them. I watched 2 of them. I got pretty bored, so I didn't watch the rest. Utah says, what number comes next in 3.14? I don't know, Pi. Sam says, what gave you the idea to do these streams? A streamer named Matthew who does something similar. Business says, hi Don. Hello, Business. Spit says, Don is from the bus 3D from 9 to Grandpa. I don't know what you're saying. Lost in a Room says, I'm Porma2's father. Okay. Better says, at Porma2, can you send them to me? Okay. First says, I have Porma2 added on Discord, and from like our one conversation, yeah, I can see it. Yeah. Jonathan says 3.14 blah blah blah. Those are the first like 30 numbers of pi. Okay. Gon says, I think, therefore I am. Yacker says, cogito ergo sum. Okay. Shagod says, new profile picture. I'm looking at it. It looks like the sky and a jet stream, like, you know, the path a jet or plane leaves behind. It looks like a jet like went in circles or something. Porma2 says, a user at whatever. Shun says, hold on I write. What are you saying? Ego says, Charlie Kirky. Okay. Shagod says, SpaceX exactly. Okay, nice. Celeste says, baby. Okay. Thrift says, I condemn you for not telling us in which of the following states you reside. Blah, blah, blah. I condemn you trying to expose me. But I'm sure you're just being playful. Mother says, do you play sports? I don't. Jonathan says, you only need 40 decimal places of pi for the current observable universe based on Earth position. I'm lost, but Ego says, we are Charlie Kirk. Okay. Porma2 says, not Tennessee. No comment. Kid says, what glows in the sky? The sun. And he says, what's the silliest outfit you wore? I wore a vest that had like a man crocheted in it, or like threaded in it, or what's the word? I don't know. Like, it was a picture of a man, and it was like a, what is it? It's a nutcracker. Yeah, this thin looking nutcracker dude. Looked like a British guard almost, and it looked cartoonish and childish. Joe OG super chatted 5 Canadian dollars. Thank you, Joe OG. Joe OG says, toothless termite walks into a bar and says, "Where's the bartender?" Laughing out loud. Where's the bartender? Oh no. I'm not understanding it. Toothless termite walks into a bar and says, "Where's the bartender?" Oh, okay. Where of the bar is like weak so that the termite can eat it. I get it. Nice. John says, which came first, the poop or the... I don't care. Thank you, Joe G, for your super chat. Let me extend the timer. Jacob says, where is the bar tender like meat? Yeah, I got it. Jonathan says, the formula for the distance around a circle. Circumference is c equals pi times distance. Interesting. 1 second, please. I'm doing something. Please give me 1 second. Please give me 1 second. I'm almost finished. Come on with the... Get says, social awkward pedo. That is not me. Block says, Superman or Spider-Man. Okay. Porma2 says, I feel smart for kind of understanding that function. Nice, I don't. By the way, did I increase the time for Joe OG's super chat? I'm not sure. Sunshine says, Don, you didn't extend the timer. Yeah, I don't think I did. Perma2 says no. Okay. I pressed the button to do it, but I like half pressed it on my keyboard, so I wasn't sure if I did it. Now we're talking. Joe G says, yes, you did. Oh, hopefully I'm not being tricked. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Jacob says, by the way, you want a new sub. Nice, thank you. Thank you again, Joe G, for your super chat. Porma2 says, hotkey boss. Yeah, I use the number 8 on my keyboard. Well, keypad, like on the right of my keyboard, the keypad thing. Seamus says, do you like Trump or Obama more? No comment. Shelly says, do you like my profile picture now? It's a dog. That's nice. First says, I guess my typing style is pretty drawn out. I mean, you do type, a lot, long sentences. Porma2 says, the calculator section, I know it. Okay, cool. Fruit says, do you like lavender or rose? I like lavender. Catherine says, what if someone gives $100? Poor you, stuck with us. Well, it technically would only add 20 minutes. Annie says, what's a gesture from someone that felt surprisingly meaningful? Surprisingly meaningful? Sorry, I'm not too sure. Porma2 says, what? What? Braver says, what's the longest you ever traveled in this country? Mileage. Well, I've been, I don't know. I don't want to say sorry. Even though you said mileage, Eric says, do you know New Jeans? I'm a crash out if no. I don't know them. Better says, any has an extended range of questions to get out. Maybe for an article. Yeah, any should publish these questions maybe. Loss says, so $100 equals 20 minutes on the timer? That's very Jew of you. I condemn your comment. By the way, $20 equals 20 minutes, so just don't donate $100. Donating $100 is a bad deal. Just do 20. Horma2 says at better, did you want those clips? Okay. Jen says Mazel Tov. Hi. Waki says hi. Hello, Waki. Horma2 says just do 5 20s. Yeah, but like, what if, I get 3 $100 super chats, so then I'm cursed to like stream for hours and hours. Fyron super chatted $5 American. Thank you, Fyron. Fyron says, if you could choose between a lifetime of happiness for yourself or a lifetime of happiness for your spouse, which would you choose and why? I mean, I would like to choose, happiness for my spouse. That seems like the generous thing to do, the knight of the round table kind of thing to do. I'd want to be a good person and give the happiness to my spouse, but who knows what would happen if I actually was given that deal. I might succumb to the temptation to be greedy and give the happiness to myself. Thank you, Fyron, for your super chat. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Thank you again, Fyron. Catherine says, oh lord. Okay. Better says, I'll have a look for the name. Give me a second. I will not bring up your Discord username if you type it in the chat. Gounger says, do you think oxygen is important? Yes. Jonathan says W super chat. Yeah, W Fyron. Fyron is a cool name, by the way. Joe OG says good answer. If your spouse is happy, you'll be happy. A happy wife is a happy life. Yeah, that's a good way to view the question. Beetroot says, hey, cutie patootie. Hello, Beetroot. Yacker says, do you think nitrogen is important? I mean, I don't know what nitrogen does, to be honest, but I imagine if it was eliminated from Earth, hell would break loose. But even though I don't know what it is. B-Ball says, I put a ruler underneath my pillow to see how long I slept. Funny. Fruit says, what's your favorite fruit? I like the orange, especially the salt. Adeline says, hello, are you sleepy? I am not sleepy. Hank says, what if oxygen is poisonous and just takes like 70 years to kill you? That's a cute theory. Declan says, I just had nailed an entire kind of Febreze. What are you saying, man? Catherine says, do you speak only English? Only English. McFly says, would you feel more embarrassed getting arrested for smoking crack or shoplifting from Build-A-Bear Workshop? Shoplifting. Gounger says, do you think a donkey can jump? I don't think so. Nate says, if you have played Fallout, what's your favorite? I haven't, but the isometric view Fallout 1 game looks interesting. First says, that's literally true. The byproducts of oxygen does kill us. Huh, okay. Rookie says, do you think a chicken could be meat? Yes. DB says, hello DB. Yacker says nitrogen is like 78% of our air. I did not know that. Jonathan says, yes, it's very important to human physiology. Nitrogen is a core component of nitrogenous bases. These are the rungs on the ladder of your DNA. Adenine, okay. So it's important to our DNA. Interesting. And so it doesn't relate to us breathing oxygen, like nitrogen doesn't play a role with our lungs. But yeah, okay, nitrogen is crucial for DNA. Porma 2 says, I don't understand. I've sent 2 requests. I'll take a perk. Okay. Rat says, I am the Rat King. I demand all the cheese. Okay. Jonathan says, it's part of your DNA sequencing. Okay. Gounger says, if you are alone in Sahara, you would choose water or a hot woman. I mean, water, I guess, if I was, dying of thirst. Spunky says, you just interacted with 4 of my alts besides the 2 I made obvious. Wow, you've been undercover this stream and I haven't noticed it. That's cool. Lexus says, smoke trees and grow wildflower. Okay. John says, $1 million or dinner with a big Yahoo. I don't know who that is, and I think it doesn't matter who it is. I would want money, Fruit says, can chickens or turkeys fly? I don't think so. Joe OG says, nitrogen is vital for life on Earth. Blocks for amino acids, proteins, and genetic material. Okay, cool. Spunky says, I know I'm so cool, like Top Cruise and Top Gun, because you were undercover. Yeah, like James Bond. Fish says, for 2K, would you rather hunt or fish? I would rather fish. Still says, are you tired? Because I am. I'm a little bit tired. The Rat says, I didn't get any cheese. Okay. Any says, if you could delete any one common sound forever, what would vanish? One common sound? I mean, the sound of someone passing gas. I don't like that. Anything else though? Not too sure. Spunky says he would vanish burping. Yeah, and that too. Joe OG says car horn. You don't like that? I'm sure if you're a New Yorker, you definitely would. Better says, I would delete the sound of tinnitus. The ringing? Okay. Catherine says, do you know the 3 layers of the skin? I don't. Jonathan says, what's your favorite comment so far, Stream Master? I mean, I don't know the favorite, but I will say that I do like your red pill you gave me on the Octopus 8 brain fact. It's not completely accurate. I've heard that fact again and again, so it's nice to know, the truth. First says, I hate the sound of styrofoam. Okay. Toji says, hi, chill guy. Hello, Toji. Gounger says, I'm just letting you know that I'm not the same person that sent this comment. What does that mean? Does that mean you're spunky? I don't think you're spunky. Jonathan says, very cool, fam. Okay. Declan says, I just inhaled an entire can of Febreze. That's bad. Fruit says, if you could delete a trend from the universe or delete a meme, what would it be? Remove the term Biat. First Captain says, maybe we're all just spunky. Maybe. Utah says, did you go to college? I keep that information private. Jen says 67. Okay. Cheeseburglar says, do you want a cheeseburger? Yeah, I would like one right now. Arctic says, I would delete the sound of my nagging mother-in-law. Okay. Yacker says, the sound of silence is a paradox. That makes sense. Talk says, can I tell you something sad? Yes. Better says, do you like Pink Floyd? Yeah, I remember listening to that album of theirs with the cow on it, and I enjoyed it. Annie says, if mirrors reflected your thoughts instead of your face, what would people see? They would see, I don't know, I mean, maybe lots of, I mean, it's definitely going to be a lot of internet stuff, like maybe memes, because, I mean, I'm on here for hours and hours a day reading 6-7 and Messi or Ronaldo, so. Better says, wouldn't your initial thought in a mirror be your face? That's true. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, that's interesting. Dag says, brain full of memes. Yeah. Way says, how many streams have you done? Like 130? Ophelia says, do you like Conan Gray? I don't know who that is. Perma2 says, let's change it up. Ronaldo or Messi? I mean, I guess you switch it up, but it doesn't matter. It's basically the same thing. Gounger says, if you have to choose a cheeseburger or a hot girl, what would you choose? That question is so dumb, I'm not gonna answer it. No says, do you support ICE? I am not gonna comment on that. Wiki says, do you remember me? I don't. Shihab says toes. Okay. Joe OG says beer or wine? Beer. Yacker says Einstein or Heisenberg? I don't know what Heisenberg brought to the table other than, you know, meth, but that's not the real Heisenberg. Yeah. Spunky says, I'd choose a cheeseburger. Okay. Night Slayer says, I condemn this cheeseburger. Okay. Porma2 says, beer or isopropyl alcohol? Well, isopropyl would not be healthy, so beer. Better says, Einstein is peak genius. Yeah. I did hear, though, that, you know, this doesn't take away from his geniusness, but he did, have a relationship with his cousin. Yacker says, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. I don't know what that means. I mean, I don't know what the principle is. Jonathan says, Werner Heisenberg was a German theoretical physicist and one of the primary founders of quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics. I have no idea what quantum mechanics is about, but I'm sure it's important. Porma2 says, can't knock him for that. We've all been right. Aha. What? Better says, yeah, and a kid with Einstein, I guess. I read his books. Oh, you knew that? Okay. Yeah. Gounger says Einstein or Epstein? Einstein. Spunky says, I thought all smart people humped their cousins. I think it's the opposite. Porma2 says, forgive me. That was terrible. I mean, don't you say a lot of ironic and sarcastic stuff, so I don't really care. Jonathan says, quantum mechanics is the fundamental branch of physics that describes the behavior of matter and light at the atomic and subatomic scales. Okay. Porma2 says, Edgar Allan Poe did as well. Oh, I did not know that. Zank says, what's the background music? It's a song by Marcus Persson. Lexus says, knife. Okay. Isaac says, are you a gamer? Yes, I remember playing a lot of Black Ops 3 back in the day. Stroller says, are you in isolation? In my room? Yeah. Better says, W. Einstein. Not with, I just like his way of writing, really. In his letters. Okay. You're not saying W. incest. You're just saying W. His letters. His his literature. Okay. Top says, do you know about fingerboarding? I don't. Colton says, are you going to give me a shout out? I am not. Top said, I already read that. Tasty says, how should I ask my crush for a number? Just, talk about something innocuous like, I don't know, and then eventually get to asking that. Rizel says, hi. Hello, Rise. First says, Porma 2, stop ruining my childhood heroes. Okay. Isaac says, do you love coding? No. I remember coding Java, but that was boring. Peak says, what's 63 plus 4? 67. Calvin says, how are you, bro? I am good, Calvin. Very says, if you could travel anywhere in the world, where would you go? Machu Picchu has been on my mind recently because of Ice Poseidon. Zach says, do you have a girlfriend? I keep that private. Wiki says, what is the name of the science of determining a tree's age by its growth rings? I don't know. Mike says, you should take a break after getting through so many messages. No, I feel just fine. I don't have to use the restroom. I'm not starving. Trent says, are you gay? I am heterosexual. Fruit says, 11 people already left alive. I mean, people are leaving all the time. I love says, Dawn, my account got deleted. Do you remember? Lead masked guy. I don't. Sunday says, have you ever had a coughing fit from breathing? From breathing? I don't understand what you're saying. Raj says, hello. You have to have water and hydrate. That sounds like a good idea. Wiki says, dendrochronology. Okay, that's the tree thing. Okay. Tasty says, wrong, water. It's not water, but at least it's liquids. Sunday says, if I saved your life, would you give me 500? Yeah. First says, I condemn the timer status. Yeah, the timer's getting low. I end the stream when the timer hit 0, but if I receive a super chat, I extend the timer. So Jonathan says, liquid is very important. Yes, and I'm sure you could explain why on a science level. Better says, how can I save your life? I don't know. Baritone says, heterosexual is women liking men, or men liking women, or just being straight. That's correct. Spunky says, not fair. I missed 99% of the stream, and it's almost ending. I regret having you delete all that time in previous streams. Now you know how it feels. Okay. Colton says, do you play VR? I don't know. AM says, what time is it for you? Well, it is the night. It's nighttime. Excuse me there. Zank says, do you like skateboarding? I don't. Isaac says, what's your area of interest? Video editing. Ivy says, do you watch Hazbin Hotel? No, I've seen clips of it and it looks ridiculous. It's a cartoon. I'm not too into cartoons. And it's like bathroom humor, right? Dag says, I am the knight. Bat emoji. Okay. Jonathan says, liquid, specifically water, regulates temperature via sweat, hydrates tissues, lubricates joints. Okay. Spunky says, give me 30 minutes because you metaphorically care about our parasocial relationship. No, I like being a stickler for my rules, Like, I'm only gonna extend the timer if I receive super chats. I don't like, changing things up that much. But, if I were to do it for anyone, it would be someone like you. Or First says, I feel like me and Jonathan could have a really interesting conversation. Okay. Isaac says, are you good at graphic design and gaming? No. Goku says, I updated my profile. Do you like my profile picture? It looks like Goku. I'm not a fan of Goku, so no. Coda says, your eyes are really red. Yeah, I see that. The Flippin' Gambler super chatted 20 American dollars. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. I mean, I'm just, blown by the amount of super chats he's sending. I appreciate it. The Flippin' Gambler says, let's go a little longer. Sounds good. I really appreciate it, Gambler. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. And yeah, you really are a lurker. I mean, you said that at the very beginning of the stream. And it's true. You've been here for like hours and I don't see you typing. Thank you, Gambler, for your super chat. Gounger says, can you wake me up in 1 minute? No. Joe Dirt says, thank you, Gambler. Yeah, thanks. Isaac says, timer extended. That's my voice line. JK says, what is your super chat total? I've probably gotten like, I don't know, $100 a stream. Jonathan says, let's go gambling. No, thank you. Wiki says, which country is the only one to border both the Persian Gulf and Caspian Sea? My guess is Iraq. Juliana says good night. Good night, Juliana. Says hey. Hello, First says, at the Flippin' Gambler, has the bank called about your suspicious donations yet? Yeah, I mean, he's been sending a lot. Tons. Spunky says, if you leave, I'll gouge the eyes out of my stuffed dinosaur. I wasn't sure where you're going with that. I'm glad it's just a plushie. Homer 2 says gambling is only fun under the influence. Okay. Yacker says, and I ran so far away. Funny. I ran. JK says, I fell asleep hours ago and just woke up. What did I miss? I don't know. All I'm thinking about right now is when you messaged before the stream started that you brushed your teeth. I'm glad that your teeth are clean. Jonathan says, this is normal activity for the gambling man. Okay, yeah. Tusty says, are you ignoring the fact that his name is Sprink Gunner? No, it's totally fine that his name is Spunky Gunner. Zank says, who is Spunky Gunner? A evil person who trolls children into breaking their phones. I'm half joking about the evil part. I don't really care too much. Gian says, gambling is for fools. Okay. Catherine says, what name would you give to your son? I'm open to naming him Don, the same name. Maybe Junior. The Potter says, lion emoji, bloody emoji, lip biting, dog emoji. That represents something pretty dark. JK says, great memory about the random teeth brushing chat hours ago. The very first chats are pretty memorable to me. Dummy says, how do eels breed? I think eels lay eggs like the female does, and then the male, impregnates the eggs. Jonathan says, most of humanity is foolish, but that's okay. That's the point of the beta test. Whatever that means. Is that supposed to relate to simulation theory. Chocolate says Sean Strickland. Okay, whoever that is. Sunshine says, Dawn, you are my favorite person to watch when I'm sad. Thank you. Brick says, I'm stuck in the window. Okay. Oh, hey, it's that meme. Annie says, if your pet wrote a manifesto about you, what would it demand? What would it demand? I mean, I'm not too sure. Maybe like more wives / husbands. Spunky says, your description is fitting. I love it. Going to add it to my channel profile. Thanks, Dawn. Oh, the trolling kids thing? Okay. Better says, do you remember when I said I was going eeling a while ago? It was successful. To be honest, I don't, but I'm glad that you went. Well, now I remember, actually. That's cool. I wonder how. I don't even know how that works. Like, how you capture eels. That's interesting. Zenk says supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Okay. Wing says, do you have a blah blah blah? I'm tired of reading long words now. Wiki says, if you have one, you want to share it. But if you share it, you do not have it. What is it? I'm not sure. Jonathan says, congratulations on eeling. Yeah. Aren't many eels dangerous? That makes me even more, curious. The Potter says, the French owl is feeling joyful today. I'm glad. Worm says, do you support Therian / furries? I'm indifferent. Gounger says, Pepsi or spaghetti? Pepsi. Sean says, are you tired yet? I saw your timer was like 5, almost an hour ago. I'm a little bit tired, but, only a little bit. McFly says, would you rather be forced to be Amish or have a giant porcelain doll attached like a conjoined twin? I really wouldn't want to leave the modern world. I like it here. So I guess I would be this circus freak with a doll next to me. Way says, can you put shades on? No. Tub says, are you cross-eyed? I don't think so. Zank says, what's your favorite thing to do? A thing I like doing is listening to the phone losers of America. The Potter says, at Pormer2, lion emoji, blood emoji, pig emoji. Okay. This represents, by the way, Pormer2, the pig, being raped by a lion, which is pretty dark. And I somewhat condemn that, the Potter. But, I should say that this is all a joke, by the way. But, maybe we shouldn't be joking about this. Very Ratchy super chatted 10 American dollars. Thank you, Very Ratchy. I appreciate it. Very Ratchy says, I agree with the flippin' gambler. You agree that I shouldn't end so soon. I should keep on going. The flippin' gambler says, let's go a little longer. You agree with that. Okay. I agree with you guys as well. Let's extend that timer. Time extended. Thank you, Very Ratchy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yacker says, their offspring is still a liger. That's not how that works. That's a tiger and a lion. Muttonist says, rest in peace, Don Benitez. Okay. Also, Very Ratchy, because of your $10 super chat, I'm gonna make you a moderator. This is only ornamental, though. Don't ban people. Don't delete messages. This is just so you look cool. Your local says, why do people keep saying you goon? I don't know. Wiki says, what color is the sunset on Mars? I don't know, man. Spunky says, can I see what happens if I ban myself? Sure. I didn't even know that was possible. I guess so. The Potter says, from now on, I will not joke about that because I will no more be condemned by you. Okay. Yacker says, yeah, but if you get an elephant and a pig really drunk. Interesting. Chaos says, what money percentage of a super chat do you get? And you're quite handsome. Well, YouTube takes 30%, and if people super chat on an iPhone, Apple takes 20% as well. So Sean says you should be bigger than Kai Cenats. Okay. Demon says hi. Hello, Demon. Spunky says shit, won't let me do it. That's what I thought. Very Ratchy says it's Pernis Ra Chai, like Rachel. Okay. Ray Chai. It's Pernius. What does Pernius mean? I'm thinking of the word Rachel and Ray Chai. I'm gonna call you Ray Chai. I'm sorry if that's wrong. Mr. Cheese says vinegar. Okay, dude. Lexus says tiger. Okay. And he says, if you had a clone, what would you want him to do for you? We probably would be circus freaks, making money that way, impressing people. Horma 2 says her. Okay. The Potter says burrowing owls decorate their underground burrow entrances with animal dung to attract dung beetles, which they then eat. Ooh, that's a cool strategy. Catherine says call her Ray of Sunshine. Ray of Sunshine. No. Thank you again, Very Rage Chai. Holly says raspberry or sorbet. Whoa. My brain really messed up there. I am broken from all of the blah 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 or blah 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 comments. Raspberry sorbet. Okay. Lucas says, remember chicken? I do know what a chicken is, yeah. Joe says, I told my physical therapist I broke my arm in 2 places, and she told me to stop going to those places. Okay, that's funny. I get it. Sean says, did you ever play sports growing up? No, not really. Sunshine says, we are allowed to swear, Don? Yes. Blue says, redia this comment correctly. Well, I mostly did it correctly. Clutch says, what would you do if I donated 500? Not much. I would just say thank you and move on. Julia says, guess my dog's name. I already did. McFly says, had you rather have a big tattoo of your zodiac sign on your face or have a severe stutter and lisp? I would rather have a big tattoo of a zodiac sign. I wouldn't want my speech to be ruined. Speech is important. Better says, so fuck is allowed? You're being silly. Yeah, fuck is allowed. Yacker says, I would walk 500 miles. Yes, I would walk 500 more. Lyrics. American says chicken strips or chicken nuggets. Nuggets. Very Ray Chai says very Ray Chai is how you pronounce it. Happy emoji. So I think I'm saying it correctly. Ray Chai. Very Ray Chai donated $10. Okay, I think I got it. First says, why must the coolest clothes cost hundreds of dollars? Because their creators are greedy. I don't know. Very Ray Chai says, blowing your nose emoji. I'm thinking that, you're like crying tears of happiness that I said it correctly. Mr. Cheese super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Mr. Cheese. Mr. Cheese says, do you like my profile picture? It's my dog. Yeah, I like your profile picture. I remember I owned a dog that looked like that once. Thank you for your super chat. Mr. Cheese, thank you. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Thank you, Mr. Cheese, for your cheese. Sean says, every minute you're angry, you lose 60 seconds of happiness. A wise man. Okay. Shelly says, I'm back. Welcome back. Jonathan says, W dog and profile. Yeah. Spunky says, the coolest clothes are the ones that cover your naughty bits. Don't cost hundreds of dollars. Also, capitalism is a sob. Okay. Dag says, you have to add a lot of time, Don. You forgot the $10 super chat. I don't think I did. I'm pretty sure I added very rage highs. Yeah, I'm confident that I added very rage high super chat. Gounger says chicken or eggs. Eggs. Shapeshifting says, please fill my water bowl, Don Daddy. I don't know you, man. Hollywood says, can you confirm if capitalism is in fact a sob or not? I mean, I'll say this, I participate in capitalism all the time, so I guess it's not a sob in my actions. Spunky says, you added it, dudes, trolling. Yeah, I'm confident. Pro says, what's your thoughts on horror games such as Poppy Playtime? I don't know. When I go to malls, there's often these bad vendors that sell these like bad quality Poppy Playtime plushies, and I always hate seeing those vendors. That's like a random thing associating with Poppy Playtime. Worm says, would you rather be a Kraft Singles cheese or mozzarella cheese? Mozzarella. Lido says, hello. Hello, Lido. That one guy says, bro. What? Spunky says, what's the most offensive thing someone has said to your face? I don't know, but now that you have me thinking about it, I can't recall anyone ever saying the N-word slur in real life, like only on video games. I'm actually surprised that that's the case. Mr. Cheese super chatted $5 American. Thank you, Mr. Cheese. Mr. Cheese says, happy birthday. It's not my birthday, but thank you, man. Thank you for my birthday gift of $5 American, even though it's not my birthday. Thank you, Mr. Cheese. Let me add time to the timer. Time added. Thank you, Mr. Cheese. I really appreciate it. Jonathan says, Don, it's your birthday. Very cool. It's not my birthday. Thank you again, Mr. Cheese. Sunshine says, Don, what should I have for breakfast? Pancakes, eggs, or avocado? I say eggs with toast. Catherine says, happy birthday, Poppy Don. You're participating in this birthday, it's my birthday trend? Okay. Landon says, by the way, if you remember a bit ago, get to the point. Spunky says, I've only heard one person use the N-word slur in real life, and they regretted it if they lived, I'm guessing. I got out of there pretty quick. You're saying that they used it and some fighting broke out? Okay. Gounger says, if you have to choose a Lamborghini or $20, what would you choose and why? A Lamborghini, because it's valued more. And he says, what kind of prank call do you want to do? I mean, I've seen prank calls done where, it's kind of complicated to say. I mean, I like the Phone Losers of America prank calls. I'm just so distracted by a super chat that I can't say a specific one. Dag super chatted 10 American dollars. Thank you, Dag. Dag, what is that? Dag Silgad. Dag Silgad. Thank you for your super chat, Dag. Dag says, my bad, Don. My concept of time is busted at the moment, I guess. Time. Right now I'm thinking about your profile picture. It's a caveman. That was like a long time ago. Thousands and thousands. Anyways, I appreciate your super chat. I mean, you say my concept of time is busted at the moment. I mean, I don't know what you mean exactly by that. I feel like Dag says happy green man emoji. Okay. I don't know what you mean by concept of time. Like do you like if the timer was at like 1 minute and you said this, I'd be like, oh, you didn't notice the timer was low until now? Your concept of time is like is bad. So now you're super chatting. I don't get exactly what you mean, but if that's what you like, if you're saying the timer is low and you just now noticed, I get that. Thank you for your super chat, Dag. Give me 1 second, please. God. Did I add time already for your super chat? I don't think I did. Let me add the time. Time added. Mr. Cheese super chatted 20 American dollars. Thank you, Mr. Cheese. Thank you a lot. Mr. Cheese says W stream, W Don, W chat, all W. W Mr. Cheese. I appreciate it, Mr. Cheese. That's insane. That's insane. I says, would you rather FaceTime or voice call? Voice call. Mr. Cheese, thank you, man. $20. That's a decent amount of money, man. Thank you. I'm looking at your dog right now, and your dog is staring back. I appreciate it, Mr. Cheese. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Sunshine says, add the time, Don. I'm ahead of you. What you should be telling me is to make people mod. Did I mod you, Dag? I did not. You're now a mod, Dag. And Mr. Cheese, did I mod you? No, I didn't. Mr. Cheese, you are now a mod as well. You guys are both mods. Don't ban people. Don't delete messages. This is only ornamental. Sloth says, we are Charlie Kirk. Okay, Sloth Girl. Thank you for your super chat, Sloth Girl 2026. I appreciate it. $2. Thank you. Let me extend the time. Dag says, now that's some good time. Yeah, almost too good. It's almost too good. I'm making an announcement right now. Do not super chat anymore. Stop. Super chats no longer increase the timer. I am locking the timer. Do not super chat. I am locking the timer. The timer is not going to go up at all. It is locked. Give me 1 second, please. Very Ray Chai says, why, bro? Because I don't want to stream forever. Sunshine says, Don, should I make the eggs boiled, scrambled, or fried? I say fried. I say fried. 1 second, please. Okay, I'm done with what I was doing. NC says 20 Lambos or 2 mansions. 20 Lambos. VR says, Dad, your voice is different. I'm not your dad. Spunky says, hey Don, you left a note on my car stating you dented my idiot car. Can I get your insurance info, please, sir? I like that prank a lot. Yeah, the what is the term that he used? It's dented. It's something like the word dented. Sorry, I dented your car. There's a specific term that he uses. But yeah, I like that Phone Losers of America prank. Joe G, says mod for SC. SC, who's SC's? SC? I'm pretty sure everyone that deserves mod has gotten mod. VR says you're my dad, hee. Okay. Isaac says have a good one, Don, I'm heading out. See ya, Isaac. Joe G says super hats. I'm lost, sorry. Addy says, Don, what should I wear? Goth or cute fit? Goth. Logan says hi. Hello, Logan. Also, the word I was looking for, spunky, is I already lost it. Lucas says, what is your favorite number? It is 24. Oh yeah, and the word I was looking for is ding. The word ding is always used in like all of those prank calls for whatever reason. Landon says, Earth's spin bulges the middle. It's a squashed ball. Okay. Spunky says carding. Yeah. And he does these pranks during September, which he calls Ding-tember. Landon says, Earth, I already read that. First says, Kawaii and Goth are like opposites that attract. Okay. Isaac says, have 20 Lambos, sell some and get 2 mansions. Right. Sunshine says, okay, I'm gonna make the eggs now. Thanks, Don. See ya, Sunshine. Hope they taste good. Ryan says, you're getting a lot more donations recently. Any idea why? I mean, I think this is kind of an average stream, to be honest. Just2 says, what year would you live in? Future, present, or past? Future. I would, well, I mean, present actually. I'd want to live, I'm used to where I live now, you know? I don't want to abandon my family. Belvis super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Belvis9574. Belvis says, come in the sink or sink in the cum. I do not want to ejaculate in the sink, nor do I want ejaculate on me, so neither. Thank you, Belvis, for your super chat. Well, actually, I am not extending the timer anymore. Thank you, Belvis. Addy says, Don, where should I go? Indonesia or Korea? Korea. Asayake says laughing emoji. Okay. Jonathan says, have you ever done hallucinogenics? If yet, I haven't done them. Bip says, choose a number between 1 to 100. 29. Joe OG super chatted $2 Canadian. Thank you, Joe OG. Joe OG says SC equals super chats. Mods for super chats. I do mod people if they super chat a yellow super chat or above, aka a $10 American super chat or above. Little super chats like $2 don't get mod. And if you read the pinned comment that's somewhere down here, it'll tell you this information. Thank you, Joe G, for your super chat, and like telling me to, like, just in case if I forgot to mod people. Thank you. Addy says, Don, guess, am I a girl or a boy? My guess is a girl. Shapeshifting says 29, 6'7", gesture 29. Okay. Landon says a day isn't exactly 24 hours. It's actually 23 hours, 56 minutes. Huh, I don't get that. The Potter says, Don, inform the mods about not deleting comments. They're doing it again. I mean, I'm looking at my chat box and I don't see it. I'm pretty confident that people are not deleting messages. First says super chatting to ask instead of reading pinned comment is crazy. I mean, it's pretty easy to not read the pinned comment. I mean, often when I'm scrolling live streams, I don't care to read it. Gounger says, what year would you choose to live in 1994? Excuse me. 1994 or 2026? 2026. Jonathan says, what's your thoughts on temporal time dilation? I don't think it's possible. Better says, they were super chatting to explain a recent comment, not ask. Yeah. Lucas says, what is your favorite movie? Eyes Wide Shut. Roblox says, you forgot to Mr. Cheese. What? Shapeshifting says, I hear that 30 is young nowadays. Congrats. Okay. George says, Don, I thought I beat the nightmare in Geometry Dash, but it was a dream. Okay. Flip says, I shat myself. Okay. The emoji says hello. Hello, the emoji with the mouse in your profile picture. Clancy says, I love your videos. Thank you, Clancy. Kirkby says, baked beans. Do it when you are ready. I don't care to eat that. Sneak says, take the amplified and the reversal and smash those two different infinities together. What are you saying, man? Jamal the King Kong says, hello, fart kitty. Hello, person that's been here since September. Tristan says, have you ever watched the Nickelodeon logo? I have no recollection of doing that. Joe OG super chatted $2 Canadian. Thank you, Joe OG. Joe G says, what about several small scissors? 5 plus 5 plus 2 plus 2 equals 14. What about several small scissors? What are you saying? I'm lost. I apologize. Right now, all I can think of is how the first two letters of scissors is SC, which kind of relates to your last super chat, but I don't think that's what you're getting at. I don't know what you're saying. I'm really lost. Sorry. Thank you. Spunky says, if you were gay, would you marry me? I don't know, man. That's hard to think about. Evil Jamal says, release the Benitez files. No. You're supposed to cover for me. Aren't you a fan? Shapeshifting says, I know you stole my treats. Where are they? I did not steal them. Utah says, what is the password for the house? Fidelio. True says, my dog died. Can you say rip? I'm sorry. Actually, Utah, there is no password to the house, now that I think about it. 1 second, my chat box is lagging. Catherine says, why is Joe not mod yet? Well, they are about to be, because I see that Joe OG super chatted $20 Canadian. Thank you, Joe OG. I appreciate it. Joe OG says, several small super chats. 5 plus 5 plus 2 plus 2. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, do several small super chats. If they add up to 10, can you get mod? No, that would make things really confusing to me. You know, I would have to keep track. Like, does this super chat make you reach $10? Okay, now you're mod. Or does it not? Okay, now you don't have mod. Like, that would take lots of tracking. I don't want to do that. Thank you, Joe G, for your huge super chat. I appreciate it. I all the more appreciate it because I'm not increasing the timer. Thank you so much, Joe G. Like, seriously, thank you. Sneak says it's anime. It's an anime quote. It's an anime quote. It's not. I don't know. Spunky says, where were all these super chats when the time was still being extended? Yeah, the timer was getting dangerously low, so it's pretty weird that I'm getting all these super chats now. Better says, I'm gonna create one of those viral studying videos, but use Don's timer as the time I will stop studying. Oh, that's an interesting idea. That might be pretty funny because you're gonna see the timer at 2 minutes and be hopeful that it's ending, but then it's gonna extend. Jamal says never forget the incident on. No comment. And Spunky says you got a mod, Joe. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking of. Sorry for delaying it. Joe OG, I'm about to make you a mod. Joe OG. Joe OG. Joe OG 1. With a woman in their profile picture. You are now a mod, Joe OG. Do not delete messages. Do not ban people. Thank you, Joe, for your super chats. I really appreciate it. Dag says Joe is now a super mod. I mean, they're just a moderator. Wiki says, do you think that if you have had the choice of having infinite money, I'm bored. Alt says, are you the only one who does tell or ask me anything? I mean, I'm the only live streamer that I know of that says that sentence. Chong says, would you act in a James Bond movie? Not interested. Jamal says, 2 birds fucking, so what? What? Nathan says, bro, how are you awake? It's 1:30 am. I mean, one reason might be the difference in time zones. First says, Dag's profile picture reminds me of Oliver, the human Z. Oh. Yeah, I guess. Jamal says, Don, can we have a freaky Chick-fil-A meetup? No. Still no, after all these months. Lucas says, do you goon? No comment. Megan says, can you hear me? I mean, I can read your messages. Charlie says Churchill. Okay. By the way, I will be streaming tomorrow because I received $20 extra, which means I'll stream tomorrow. Like I had this goal that I didn't mention, that if I got an extra $20 that didn't go towards the timer, then I would stream tomorrow. And I hit that, so I'll stream tomorrow. Tristan says, have you watched Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, my version? I have not seen that. Zenk says, what does mod give you? It gives you... It increases the odds that I put your message on the screen. Gounder says, I wish I could not let my fart to get freedom. What? Jonathan says, looking forward to tomorrow, my guy. Nice. I'll stream within 30 hours of this stream ending. Tristan says, have you watched the Among Us movie? I have not. That one guy says I show meat. Okay. Dummy says you are beautiful. Okay. Helpy says, what's your favorite kind of Italian pasta? Mine's ravioli. I don't know. I don't have pasta. Very Ray Chai says good luck tomorrow. Thank you. Spunky says mod makes me better than non-mod scum. Yeah, and kind of. True says, if you won't say rip big fat boy, blah blah blah. Okay. Dag says, my chat is lagging, sorry. Dag says, you could try pasta and a cheeseburger. That sounds pretty gross. Shapeshifting says, drinking your milk under the table. How am I doing? You're not under my table. That's gross. Grim says, Landon, he's not going to read that. Stop spamming. I might actually. The emoji says, 2 birds on a wire. One says, come on, and the other, day they're tired. Okay. Imaginary says, Dawn, I'm fasting, and I'll be eating in 3.5 hours. That's probably going to be really satisfying. Angela says, what's your favorite soccer player? Messi. Annie says, if your shoes started singing, what song would they choose? Probably not a song with lyrics because they're all black. They're very bland. Lily says, Are you interested in Stranger Things? I'm not. Ego says Kirky. Okay. Monty says, have you ever shoved a carrot into your eye? Like that one ASDF guy did? No. Joe OG says, what? You're not changing, you're choosing. Inaction is action. Yeah. Mike says, ew, you have yellow teeth. That's true. Jonathan says, what you think of AI pretending to not be sentient? Is it sentient? I don't think it is sentient. Collector Nick says, is the guy here tonight? I think I saw them this stream. Zank says, time to hydrate. Yeah, that's a good idea. Former2 says, Don, permission to become the lion and tame that small dog. What small dog? The dog in Shapeshifting's profile picture, or the guy that super chatted earlier? Either way, don't do it. That's gross. Jamal says, is your favorite song still Nobody Hangs Out Anymore? I still like that song. I don't know if it's my favorite. Forma2 says, no. You're not talking about those dudes. Okay. Shapeshifting says, don't hurt me. Yeah, I hope no one sexually assaults that dog. That'd be very gross, and I condemn that completely. Wiki says, so if you have a good memory, what was the definition of dendrochronology? It's, the study of, like, looking at the tree rings to determine the tree's age. Kirk B says hello from the UK, Don. Hello, Kirk B. Dag says, in Fallout games, soda gives you some hydration. Well, I just received some hydration from the soda. But I guess I would get more hydration if I drank water. First says, at Porma2 says, is it just Edgar Allan Poe? Okay. I said an extra says there because my brain appends the word says to every time I say Porma2. So RI says, did you watch the Olympics? I did not. Porma2 says, no, wait, no. I was comparing the image and the picture-in-picture. I don't know what you're saying. Sloppy says, do me a favor, chat, and check to make sure that like button is working. Yeah. Or the dislike button. Joe OG says, I wish, ... Lol. Okay. Tristan says, did you heard of Juan Roman Collanders? I did not. Joe OG says, double tap. Only if you want to. Isaac says, do moderators get paid? It's the opposite. Lucas says, so what if he has yellow teeth? I mean, it is kind of unappealing and indicates bad dental health. GR says, does reading all these chats ever affect you in a negative or positive way? I mean, sometimes I get super chats, so that's positive. Negative though, not really. Evil Jamal says, smoker's teeth. Licking emoji. You like it, okay. First says, holy shit, you're right. I don't know what you're so excited about. The official says, do the comments get chosen by you? Yes. Joe OG says, at least he has teeth. Yeah, I guess. Annie says, if your thoughts could text themselves, which one would embarrass you the most? I mean, I'm not too sure. Maybe the thoughts that surround me having, the thought that I need to go to the restroom and urinate or whatever. Steven says, what song is playing? It's a song by Marcus Persson. Beast Mode says, lie, my profile picture, do I like it? No, I don't. Megan says, do you remember me? I don't. Lachlan says, how long have you been streaming? For 4 hours and 59 minutes. Isaac says, how do YouTubers get paid, in short? I mean, I get it to my bank account, if that's what you're saying. First says, basically, me and Porma2 are saying you look like Edgar Allan Poe. I don't think so. I think that's pretty off. Yeah, I think we have very different facial structures. I disagree. You guys are silly for saying that, I think. Jonathan says, natural, healthy teeth are rarely pure white, but rather range from light yellow to off-white beige or grayish white. So your teeth are perfectly healthy. I disagree. I think, yeah, I disagree. Maybe healthy teeth are naturally yellow, but I don't think they're this kind of yellow, this degree of yellow. Inshal says, do you like this only for money? Not only for money. Cortez says, are you a sports fan? I am not. Porma2 says, absolutely not. You have very similar facial structures down to the eye imbalance. The biggest difference is the skin tone. Okay, maybe, I mean, I'm thinking about his head and his forehead. I mean, not to be rude, but doesn't he have like a big forehead that kind of protrudes like a beluga whale? Again, I'm not being insulting him. I'm just trying to describe it. I don't think we look alike. Maybe the eyes. Kirk B says, do you like martial arts? I don't do martial arts. Isaac says, do you get paid based on likes, views? No, I don't. I've only gotten paid through super chats. No advertisement stuff. Bull says 6 or 7. 7. Porma2 says you are a vampire. And you also have quite the projector surface yourself. I mean, maybe the vampire bit. I mean, this outfit does look kind of 1800s Edgar Allan Poe vampire. Like, Diane says cheeseburger. Okay. Dummy says, how do I make cookies? Please tell me. I don't know, dude. Trey says, do you think one shower every 1 to 2 days with deodorant is okay? Yes. Sunshine says, Dawn, I'm back. Welcome back. Jay says, you're not a vampire. You're broke. Okay. Allison says, what's your favorite Stranger Things character? Billy. Joe says, not my circus, not my monkeys. I remember when you super chatted that. Isaac says, how do you ensure security of your channel? Two-factor authentication with my Google email that's attached to my YouTube channel. First says, someone mail him garlic. Don't do that. Ki says, do you know Demon Slayer? I don't watch anime shows. Ego says, Billy is wild. I mean, he seems like a realistic, kind of, realist. I think the other characters are too, like, Disney-ified. Spunky says, is my dog racist if only barks at black people? He's a black dog, by the way. No comment. Still says, it's midnight for men right now. Okay. Zank says, what was your longest stream based on because super chats? I mean, I'll say this. My longest stream was 12 hours. Joe OG says, ever watch Sons of Anarchy? No. This is random, but the movie City of God from like the early 2000s is on my movie list that I want to watch. Dag says, Billy sacrificed himself. He was a good guy. I mean, I've only seen like the 2 first seasons, so I don't think my opinion came from like this, so I wonder if that... Jonathan says, yellow teeth are primarily caused by the thinning of outer enamel. Yeah, maybe I've drank too much soda in my life. Kidge says, okay, I'm on a roof right now. That's pretty cool. Dag says, laughing out loud. Huh? Kirkby says, you don't have to train in martial arts to like it. I mean, I don't watch any videos of it. I don't read about it, so. Still that dude says, I meant it's midnight for me in Arizona right now. Okay. Jonathan says soda will do that. Yeah. It erodes your enamel. Evil Jamal says Billy is Edgar Allan Poe's favorite guy. Okay. No, it's not. Bake says femboys or tomboys. Tomboys, I guess. I don't know. Alt says smoker. I am not a smoker. Gounger says, no, it is with cheese, but it is not spaghetti. It is pasta. I don't know what you're saying. Zenk says, that's half a day. No way. It's true. 12 hours. Ego says femboys. Okay. Zank says, I already read that. Wiki says, on which continent would you find the world's largest desert? Answer, Antarctica. It is a polar desert. Huh, I did not know that. Trey says, it's me again. How do you easily ignore annoying people? I mean, sometimes I don't. Like, sometimes I get an insult and I'm like, wow, that's true. That's funny. Spunky says, my stuffed dinosaur is a femboy. Okay. Wei says, they just found a bunch of new dinosaurs in the Sahara Desert. Wow, I did not know that. Ego says, I love Stranger Things. I'm addicted. It's like my smoking. Okay. Jonathan says, soda is healthier than meth. I guess that's true. Kid says, there's this random guy next to me. Should I do something? I mean, if he looks dangerous, leave so that he doesn't push you off the roof. Dag says, new dinosaurs. Time for another Jurassic Park movie. Okay. Nether says, bro does not care what about we're saying. I care. I mean, all I'm doing is reading the chat. I wouldn't care if I was, just ignoring you guys. Zenk says, you need some sleep, bro. Well, I'll be ending it here soon. First says, a day being under 24 hours is why we have a leap day. I support 13 28-day months. Okay. Shapeshifting says, I had a nightmare and I saw mother and father doing it when I asked to sleep in their bed. How do I process this? And can I sleep in your bed? You cannot sleep in my bed, and I don't have advice for that incident. I'm sorry. Jonathan says, what makes you laugh, man? I don't know, dude, honestly. Spunky says, Dawn is my parasocial, pretend, fake best friend, not IRL. Exactly. Roy says, remember me? I do not remember you. Isaac says, I want to start streaming as well to give free lessons in it. To give free lessons in what? I don't know what you're saying. Very Ray Chai says 12-hour stream is like working a 9-to-5 job but overtime. Yeah. Wiki says, what is the weirdest food combination you enjoy the most? Pepperoni pizza with pineapple on it. Jetty says, morning Donnie. Are you feeling bonita? I mean, I don't know about bonita, but I feel good. Dag says, if we gained a 13th month on a 28-day cycle, what would the new zodiac symbol be? I don't know. That's an interesting question. Joe says, if you don't pay your exorcist, do you get repossessed? No. I mean, maybe if you want to, if you believe in that stuff. I mean, you're just being playful. Ad says PL. Okay. Shapeshifting says, don't end it. I will. Tutu says, you should watch Puss in Boots, The Wish. I did see that movie. Nether says, we not need 13 months, bro. So you do want it then? Double negative. Jonathan says, bonita is a Spanish word meaning pretty, beautiful, or lovely. I know, but I don't know what I feel. Roy says, I'm your first subscriber. Okay. Vanilla says, do you remember me? I don't. Just says, do you go to the gym? I do not go to the gym. First says, it's time for a new calendar anyway. The old one was outdated and proved inaccurate. Okay. Jetty says, Donnie boy, if my twink donates 40 buckaroonies, would you Charlie your Kirk from me and the homeboys? I don't know what that means, and I don't like memes about that. Joe G says, fighting for peace is like screwing for virginity. Yeah, exactly. Edit says, please sleep. I'll leave soon. Gounger says, French fries or France? France. Ebb says the 13th zodiac symbol is most likely to be Ophiuchus, the serpent bear. So a snake? Okay. Jaw says, what will the world look like in 10 years? People not working, millions and millions of new hermits, and lots of people having sex with sex dolls. Allison says, how much is $100? $100. Roblox says, did you know Transverbalum? No. Better says, did you like Charlie Kirk? Was I a follower of his? I was not. Shapeshifting says, wait, who did what to the boots? What? Roblox, I already read that. Annie says, if someone made a movie about you, what scene would everyone talk about? What scene would everyone talk about? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, I'm sorry. Shapeshifting says, I got a bona in Arizona, Anazar. What? Penguin says, hello there, how are you? Hello, Penguin. Jonathan says, very good insight, but you forgot of the time travelers, but close enough, I'm lost. Chicken Jockey says, remember me? Yes. That old meme. I mean, right now I'm thinking of the meme, not you. I do remember the meme, I don't remember you. Shapeshifting says, I am on Photoshop putting us in picture frames and wishing we could be different, more than strangers. Okay. Riley says, you need some sleep. Okay. Ramon says, if you can't whip out the hog, show the outline. I'm not showing the print. Still says, it's coming out. You're ejaculating? Okay. Devin says, have you signed a mortgage? No comment. Arctic says, Don's first donation would be popular. What does that mean? Like my first super chatter? Joe G says, who would play you in your movie? I mean, right now I'm thinking of the guy that made Me at the Zoo, aka the first YouTube video, but he's not an actor and he's aged a lot. Jonathan says, the print is wild. Okay. Dunn says, do you like mashed potatoes? No, I don't. Neither do I like jalapenos and sandwiches too much. I mean, Better says it's coming out is a toilet meme. He yells that in the restroom, not ejaculatory. I did not know that. Okay. Noah says, you know you can't stick your tongue out while looking up. I don't want to make an ego face. MW says, grab the camera for a Lamar Jackson edit. What? Elizabeth says, I ate a paper when I was 4. Okay. Still says, what time is it for you? It is nighttime. Miku says, do you like Miku? That robot, blue-haired anime girl? Not too much. Kirkby says, do you like the... Don, you look like the guy from Wu Assassins, more than Edgar Allan Poe. Interesting. Jetty says he meant to grab the camera so he can edit you. Even I can. I mean, He's not gonna edit me. I don't trust that at all. He's just saying that. So I don't even begin to care about. Spunky says the scene everyone would talk about is the time someone shot the gun but missed, of which I found the news report for, so I've somewhat narrowed down where you live, Don. Okay, dude, that's kind of creepy, but okay. I mean, I can kind of understand your curiosity, but Random says, do you remember me today? I don't. N says, what is your name? Don, D-O-N. Lonnie says, hello. Hello, Lonnie. Gounger says, how can I stop you from eating chips? I don't eat chips all too much. Dag says, emoji. Okay. Joe says, the man who invented knock-knock jokes should get a Nobel Prize. Nobel. Very right. Ray Chai says, are you in a gluten-free diet? I'm not. Annie says, what's the most interesting conversation you've overheard? Most interesting conversation? I don't know. Right now I'm thinking about being in Burger King and some 70-year-old man on TikTok with his volume on blast. That's not interesting, but that's what I'm thinking about for some reason. Jetty says, evening, Donnie. As usual, you are looking exceptionally stunning tonight. Me and the homeboys will be eating good. Okay. Shapeshifting says, don't end it. Please, you have value and worth and deserve it all. Everything and anything is possible. Okay. I'm still ending it though. B Butter says, do you like Hamilton? Like the president? Or like the treasury guy, I mean? Butter says, I think the timer is exactly in sync to when it will be 8 p.m. for me. Okay. Okay. Asayake says, all this talk of food, crying emoji, licking lips emoji, you're hungry? Okay. Miku says, I'm bored. Well, don't torture yourself then. You should leave. Ego says, Billy is a femboy twink. I don't know about that. Caden says, what's something that triggers you daily? Triggers me daily. Flies. First Captain says, I saw a little kid walk out of a bathroom soaked in water. His father thought it was hysterical, and he was dripping all around the store. That's kind of funny, but it must have sucked for the kid. Roblox says, what do you speak? I speak English. Flamin says, has anyone ever told you that you look like that one guy from No Country for Old Men? Yes, the serial killer? Yeah. Asayake says, yes, hungry, but also on a diet. I see. Ego says, I'm subbing to this. This man has dedication. Thank you. Gounger says, let's watch a movie. I'm just in WC taking a shit and I need paper. No, thank you. Base says, are you high? I am not high. Jonathan says, what are your thoughts on the English lexicon? I don't know what lexicon means. I'm guessing that just means language. I mean, I've heard that the English language, like spelling and the pronunciations, are inconsistent. Other languages have better consistency, so I wish English wasn't bad in this way. Joe says, shapeshifting, what's going on February 25th at 12:28? Probably nothing. He's just making up stupid stuff. Nathan says, Mr. Benitez, have you had a Big Mac yet today? No, and not in a while. Asayake says, sleep well, Don. Thank you for streaming. Thank you to everyone who super chatted, so we could all hang out and be well, everyone. Yes, thank you everyone that has super chatted. Ground says, yes, this guy, he's the best. Thank you. Wiki says, if you replace every single plank of a wooden ship, is it still the same ship? I mean, yes and no, but I guess no. Kathleen says, do you think we live in a matrix and do you think it's breaking down? I don't think we live in the matrix. Arctic says, "'Tis the season." Okay. Lexus says, yeah. Yeah, what? Innie says, if you could ask one impossible question, what would it be? Is entropy reversible? Or, I mean, this question is from a movie where, no, not a movie, a story. If you know, you know. Banana says, are you proud of yourself stepping on the wet, dirty floor? What are you saying, man? Sunshine says, Dawn, do you like my profile picture? What do you rate it? I don't like it. I think it's just a smiley face. It's kind of boring, to be honest. Gounger says, I think you can read this comment, but you will see it in 3 days. Okay. Evil Jamal says, I'm telepathically backshotting you. Okay. I already read this, but it seems like you're making a joke surrounding your profile picture. Wait a second, I don't know. Is that a banana? Or is that like a wet floor sign? I don't know, I'm lost. Still says, I just finished a whole bag of Dots pretzels and I don't feel good about it. Okay. Bone says, Dawn, do you like my profile picture? I mean, it's an okay profile picture, even though it's just default. Ryle says, dude, sleep, brother, your eyes, I will soon. GR says, what is one of your biggest learning experiences in life? In life, I mean, I want to say life isn't perfect and that everyone isn't perfect, but I feel so stupid, saying something cliche. Sorry. Dag says, it's a Japanese hazard cone, the cute little banana. Oh, wow. It was like a mix of both my answers. Interesting. Yor says, are you depressed because depression is a confession? What? Jaden says, yo, what's good, my man? My main man. Hello, Jaden. Kathleen says, when will you be online again? Within 30 hours. Sunshine says, I thought it was cute. I think it's, very bland. CR says, do you ever get bored doing this? Only a little bit. Midnight says, tell us a pickup line. Are you from Tennessee? You're the only 10 I see. Way says, hamburger or cheeseburger? Cheeseburger. Spunky says, good night. Dawn, sweet dreams. Demon emoji. Good night, Spunky. By the way, I was thinking about that super chat of yours where you said, if you enable gifts, I will not donate anymore. I like that super chat. Zenk says, what's your maximum stream per day? How many hours do I stream a day? 5 hours on average. Better says, someone in chat already said that pickup line. Use another. No, that's the exact reason why I said that pickup line, because I don't know pickup lines. Joe G says, if police arrest a mime, do they have to tell him he has the right to remain silent? Funny. Shapeshifting Sweetheart super chatted $2 Australian. Thank you, Shapeshifting. Shapeshifting says, if you were a planet, I would be the moon. Okay. You gravitate towards me, you encircle me, you're always around me. Okay, cool. I mean, you're only here like 20% of the time, so I don't know about that shapeshifting. I'm just kidding. You are here pretty often, but not always. Thank you so much, Shapeshifting, for your super chat. Another super chat of yours right before the stream is about to end. Thank you. Innie says, I did a blood type test yesterday and they said you are my type. Huh, that's a good pickup line. Cole says, I like turtles. Okay. The Real says, I am back. Remember me? I do not remember. Well, actually, I do. Yeah. Shapeshifting. If anything, Porma 2 is the moon. He's here way more than you. You gotta step up your game. Waka says, hi, remember me? Hello, Waka. Very Rage Shy says, W Don for not using the bathroom once. That's dedication. He's a real one. I always go right before starting the stream, like right before. Chat says, can you shuffle your eyes like a slot machine? I don't want to do that. Jonathan says W shapeshift. Yeah, W shapeshift. I don't know why I got so criticizing of shapeshift. I was basically doing it for no reason. Spunky says, gifts equals no more fucking money from me, sir. I appreciate your incentive to not fall for the temptation of me adding gifts. Better says, Porma 2 sent those videos, Don. When should I stop watching them? Stop? I mean, I watched the first and last one that he sent me, and I kind of got bored and didn't watch the rest, so maybe that indicates as to how you should go about watching them. Rick says, how much money do you make off these streams? Like $20 an hour? Zank says, everyone count 10 seconds when timer hits 10 seconds like it's New Year's. Okay. Jonathan says, W stream. Thank you, Jonathan. Spunky says, last thing, don't forget to remove mods. Good night. Yeah, I forgot to do that this stream. I remember the flipping gambler, he chatted and he still had mod. I'll have to remember to do that. The first captain says goodbye, chat. Yeah, goodbye, everyone. Asayake says, sleep well, everyone. Good night, Asayake. Inni says, bye-bye. Have a good rest, sweet dreams. Good night, Inni, the great question asker. Smile because you are precious. Super chatted 20,000 Indonesian rupiah. Thank you, Smile. Smile says, sleep well, Don. Have a nice day, everyone. You too, Smile. I appreciate your parting super chats that you always do. Bye, everyone. Goodbye, Smile. Goodbye, Ali the AI, and Dag. Bye, everyone.